2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the specially called meeting for Tuesday, May the 14th. Ms. Hilbrich, will you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Councilman De La Garza?
I am present.
Councilwoman Solis? Here. Councilwoman Scott?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Young?
Here.
Councilman Lofgren?
Here.
And Mayor Crocker.
Here. Will you please join me for the pledges, followed by a moment of silence? Thank you. All right, again, everyone, welcome. We will jump straight into our agenda with item B, which is to canvass election results. Ms. Hilbrich.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight with us is Margetta Hill, the Victoria County Elections Administrator. She's here to present the results of the election held on May 4th for the District 3 position on the council. Ms. Hill will now present you with the results, and there's a copy on the dais for each of you.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, Ms. Hill. How are you?
Just fine.
Good.
This is a summary of the election, a summary report from the election for Council Member Place 3, City of Victoria. Woodrow Wilson Wagner II, 554 votes. In April L. Butler, 797. I, Margetta Hill, a Victoria County Elections Administrator, do here solemnly swear, certified that this is true and correct summary of the votes cast on May 4th joint general election, and with accompanying pages of each precinct, votes that were cast for Council Member Place 3 in each precinct.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Does anyone have any questions? If not, I'll entertain any motions with respect to the voting results.
Motion to accept the voting results?
You actually don't have to motion. You simply have to sign the form as long as everyone agrees.
Then with that, I'm just going to sign the form.
Thank you.
All right, signed and sealed. Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is item B2, which is to present the certificates of election to our two returning council members and our two new council members. So,
Yes.
Mayor, if you'll
So
do so.
I'm assuming we need photographs, so I'm going to step out here. And I have the certificates.
Who do you,
Our first certificate, Mr. De La Garza.
You get one, too.
Congratulations on your re-election to District 1.
the swearing in is next week.
Congratulations on your election to District 2.
You can hold it. Hey, it's yours. There you go.
Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2. Perfect.
I'll get on the other side. All right, thank you, everyone. Moving on then to item C. C1 is announcements and reminders. Good evening, Mr. Garza. Are there any announcements and reminders today?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I don't have any planned, but in light of what just happened, I'd like to remind you, the public, and everybody that might be tuning in that we will be swearing in the 4 individuals that just received their certificates of election at our regular council meeting this upcoming Tuesday, May 21st, here at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we will move on to item C2, which is public and employee recognitions. C2A is National Salvation Army Week proclamation. Ms. Hilbert, can you help me out?
Yes, sir. Whereas the Salvation Army's only business in the community of Victoria, as everywhere, is still human business, undertaken with joy for the family of humankind. And whereas through sound, innovative, and professional services, the Salvation Army serves the people of Victoria with unshakable faith in all, no matter how desperate the situation, and views all people as people with possibilities. Whereas the Salvation Army acts on behalf of all the residents of the community with neither salvation nor any other condition prerequisite, and not expecting any thanks, yet nonetheless welcoming community support. Now therefore I, Duane Crocker, Mayor of the City of Victoria, Texas, proclaim May 14th through 18th as Salvation Army Week in Victoria, Texas, and do urge all citizens to join in saluting the steadfast men and women who bind up the brokenhearted and renew the heart of our community by their quiet service of compassion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to all of the council members, thank you. I realize the responsibility that comes with being someone that is a servant of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And the first ingredient to that would be being a humble servant. It's not hard to be humble when we look around in the community and see so many people hurting. And this has become a problem that has grown over the last few years. We've seen our population increase, and now with the opening of our Life Enrichment Center, we are seeing more and more possibilities and blessings to help more and more people. I say blessings because anytime we can share with them the love of God and the assistance that's provided mostly by the City of Victoria in the opening of our Life Enrichment Center. It's an honor and a privilege, and we will continue to serve this community with all of our heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do for our community. Very much appreciated. Item C2B is a proclamation for National Peace Officers Memorial Week. Ms. Hilbert?
Whereas on October 1st, 1962, the Congress of the United States of America has designated the week of May 15th to be dedicated National Peace Officers Week, and May 15th of each year to be National Peace Officers Memorial Day. And whereas the law enforcement officers are the guardians of life and property, defenders of the individual right to be free citizens, warriors of the war against crime, and dedicated to the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas it is known that in 2013, 137 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty nationwide, 11 from the state of Texas. Already this year, 58 law enforcement officers have lost their lives nationwide, 5 from the state of Texas. And whereas the City of Victoria desires to honor the valor, service, and dedication of these brave officers and all law enforcement and corrections officers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And now, therefore, I, Duane Crocker, Mayor of the City of Victoria, do hereby proclaim the week of May 12th through 18th, 2024 as National Peace Officers Week, and May 15th, 2024 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in Victoria, Texas, and call upon all citizens in the community to especially honor and show our sincere appreciation of the law enforcement and corrections officers of the community by deed, remark, and attitude by expressing their thanks to the men and women who protect our loved ones, property, and government against all who violate the law.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this proclamation. Tomorrow, we will have a ceremony at De Leon Plaza at 9 a.m. to honor the fallen officers throughout Texas and to honor their memories. On behalf of the men and women of the Victoria Police Department, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other public and employee recognitions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, item C3 is items from council. Congressman Young, I understand you have some exciting news. Congressman, Councilman.
Got promoted.
Councilman Young.
I come with a raise.
Yeah. Good luck. I understand you have some exciting news.
Well,
for
I
us.
do. I would like to congratulate the St. Joe Lady Flyers on their TAPS 5A Division II softball state championship. So that's,
And I will congratulate you on your new position. Yeah, so. Very well. Any other items from council? No, sir. Okay, then we'll move on to item C4, which is citizens' communication. We have a number of people wanting to speak tonight, and so I would remind everyone, if you would, please, to keep your comments to the 3-minute time limit, so that everyone who has a chance, or who wants to speak will have a chance to speak. Also, because of the number of folks, rather than calling one at a time, I will call someone up to the microphone and then also announce the on-deck batter, if you will, for who will be next. That way, if folks are in the overflow or somewhere else, that they can be prepared to come up. So, thank you. So we'll begin with Prima Ranjan, and on deck will be Wanda Ulrich. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Prema Ranjan, and I'm a member of the Victoria Library Advisory Board. I felt it was important to express my point of view today. As advisory board members, we intend to represent the views and the interests of the community and enhance the value of having a public library that enforces literacy and academic development. Recently, there was some misunderstanding when our late chairperson, Dr. Jill Fox, called for a library meeting to discuss the mission statement. Her simple request to have the board meet with the library director was met by censure and reprimand by the city manager, Mr. Garcia. If the Library Advisory Board is censored from sharing its advice and opinions, then the very existence of this library seems futile. In voicing the concerns of many patrons of this library and community, I'm distraught by the fact that the children's section of the library still contains many books of sexually inappropriate content for children. Why should we use the library as a means of sexualizing children? Instead, we need to set an atmosphere in our children's section in books that promote literacy and intellectual development, books that are free from sexual innuendos. Remember, the youth of today are the adults of tomorrow. What we do or don't do for our children will facilitate the development of their character. So reading materials in the children's section should be an effective tool in shaping their moral character. I'd like to end by saying my concern is that if the advisory board to this library loses the ability to advise and express our opinions, representing the members of our community, then we will only be a board in name only and no longer represent our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranjan. Ms. Ulrich is approaching, and on deck will be LaShondra Harris. Good evening, Ms. Ulrich.
Yes, good evening. My name is Wanda Ulrich. I reside in Victoria, Texas. Today, in continuing to honor the bicentennial of the city of Victoria, I take my authority as a citizen to agree with the purpose of this city by quoting from the original petition of Impresario Martin de Leon to colonize this land, dated April the 8th, 1824. I quote from this original petition. Martin de Leon, in due and lawful form, most respectfully saith that, inasmuch as the principal object of the nation is to establish peaceful relations and to settle the uncultivated lands and uninhabited wilds of Texas, from which will result the progress of every branch of industry, resources of wealth, and a development of its topographical advantages, and above all, afford the means of enlightenment and a knowledge of the divinity of the Lord our God, that he may be known and worshiped and praised in the most remote and dreary deserts of this North America. I therefore pray your excellencies to have the goodness to grant me permission to found a town with a public square and streets on the river Guadalupe. In this 200th year of the city of Victoria, we will continue to be a free, with a strong foundation of progress, development, and above all, to make known and worship and praise the divinity of the Lord our God. This foundational covenant of liberty and freedom in the city of Victoria will stand for all generations. May the discussion of the agenda items today be in line with this foundation of our city.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbrich. LaShondra Harris, and on deck will be Harley Fisk. Hello, Ms. Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and fellow citizens of Victoria, Texas. My name is LaShondra Harris, and I stand before you today as a current Victoria Public Library Advisory Board member appointed by the County Commissioners Court and as a concerned citizen. As a Library Advisory Board member, I have sought to do my due diligence to listen, learn, and work with my fellow board members and library staff to develop and establish immediate and long-range policies for the library as our current bylaws give our board the authority to do. I am thankful to the late Dr. Jill Fox, who listened to my and other board members' concerns regarding the new mission statement and appointed me as a chair of a subcommittee to explore the new mission statement and report our findings back to the board at large. Our subcommittee report was shared at the April 10th board meeting called by Dr. Fox, the same meeting that our city manager decided not to sanction while also directing the library director not to attend. Why would he do this? For those who read the subcommittee report, I hope you noticed that it contained more questions than answers. And even though it seems that our board is being villainized, criticized, and reprimanded for simply asking questions, I refuse to let that stop me from asking the hard questions that need to be asked. As such, I'll take my remaining time to just ask a few more. Why would a library's mission statement omit literacy and reading? The new mission statement mentions the phrases a reliable anchor, a well-being hub. Where did our library director get these phrases? What is the American Library Association? Who is Emily Drabinski? And what does she believe about libraries and what their role should be in a community? Why did the Texas State Library and Archives Commission sever ties with the American Library Association? What affiliation does our current library director and staff have with the American Library Association? Where does our current library staff get their training and their credentialing? What are the communist goals as presented at the 1963 congressional hearing? Is our city manager and library staff unknowingly or knowingly aligning with Marxist ideology? Many of us on the Library Advisory Board volunteered for the board to help protect children in our community from obscenity. However, it has become clear that it's not just our children who are at risk here, it's our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Mr. Fisk, and on deck will be Barbara Brazil. Good evening, Mr. Fisk.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and interested citizens. First, I'm going to need to start with a commercial, right? So, Friends of the Library is having their annual, or their 3-time-a-year book sale currently as we speak during regular library hours. Right? I did attend the last and well-questioned Library Advisory Board meeting. Right? I did question the legality of that meeting, but I was assured that it had been properly posted. Right? I accepted the role of being on the Library Advisory Board as a member of the Friends of the Library the night before, and therefore was not privy to whatever precipitated Mr. Garza's email. I found his email to be direct and professional and not at all rude. Right? As a citizen, I attended most of the advisory board meetings, but missed the last one. Found that many of the members unwilling to consider either the law or the opinion of anyone who disagreed with them, all right? On the subject of the mission statement, the committee chose to pick apart each statement word for word instead of looking at it as a whole. The basic thought pattern seemed to be, we are the majority, so everyone should do as we say, all right? When I was in food service, we had a saying that it was the duty of the chef to tempt the diner, and it was the duty of the diner to resist, right? All right, so it should be with the library. There should be lots more options than any one of us or all of us readers can look at at one time, all right? And on the subject of a code of ethics, I am totally in favor of that for all boards, elected officials, appointed officials, and anybody in charge of anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Ms. Brazil, and on deck will be Lisa Jones. Good evening, Ms. Brazil.
Hello, I'm Barbara, and when I read this code of conduct, I was shocked and immediately wondered how we had come to this in Victoria, Texas. Several years ago, Gay Patek started with bringing to our attention over 40 books that I consider obscene in the children's section of the library. Most of our town was offended by this, and naively, I thought this would be easily taken care of by merely moving these books to an adult section. I soon realized that there was a group in our city that considered these books to be okay and a violation of their freedom of speech to move them. I considered it crazy because nowhere in the Constitution does it speak of obscene literature for kids as being okay with our forefathers. I saw great people be assigned to the Victoria Library Board: Jill Fox, Sarah Zeller, Gay Patek, Dale Zuck, and Prima Rajan. I was relieved to see people of this caliber who are Christian and wanted to save children. I believe that this was the defining moment because up to that point, I think our city management and others thought that the members of the board were complacent little old ladies who would shake their heads yes when told to. Instead, they found out these were people who were conservative and could think for themselves. Without consulting the board, the mission statement was changed, and you have to ask yourself why. When Dr. Jill Fox merely had a committee examine this mission statement, the city manager erupted in a spiteful and inappropriate letter and cut off communication with the board. What hypocrisy that you want a code of conduct for boards, but the letter was a violation on many levels. Again, without consulting the board, we have a new code of conduct. This code of conduct is divisive and infringes on personal as well as business conversations and actions. In certain areas, it throws free speech out of the window. It also presents a win-win situation for the city manager's office. If the city council agrees to this ridiculous code of conduct, he will silence the voices of the board. No board member in their right mind will sign this, and they will no longer be on the board. Either way, our city loses, and the city management has full control. But in the court of public opinion, the real loser is the city of Victoria. The conclusion I draw from all this drama is that there are some who want to push a special woke agenda within our city by stifling the people on the library board who are interested in protecting children. They are interested in pushing a social agenda that the majority of our community does not want. It's not about the books, but a wider acceptance of a value system. Excuse me?
Can you please wrap up? You're out of time.
Yes. This is a wider acceptance of a value system that our community is not welcome. This is a Pandora's box that you don't want to open because the people of South Texas will not stand for it. If our city council does not represent us on this, elections will get very interesting, and the people of Victoria will not forget this type of a betrayal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazil. Lisa Jones. And on deck will be Bobby Garner.
Hi, I'm Lisa Jones. Hi. From what I understand, the City Council has to follow the State Open Meetings Act. According to state law, the State Open Meetings Act does not apply to advisory boards. If the City Council adopts these new rules, then they will only apply to you and not to any of the city advisory boards, because the city manager, city codes, and city policies cannot supersede state laws. If the City Council adopts these new rules, how do you plan to enforce them for the advisory boards if the advisory boards are following state law, which supersedes city law? These new rules tell me that Jesus Garza will determine what is acceptable language and what is acceptable behavior for the City Council, but not for the advisory boards. If I were on the City Council, I would not vote to hamstring myself in this way. Also, there seems to be some worry about the city getting sued over this recent controversy over library books. Yes, the ACLU sued some cities and they initially won. However, did you know that most of these cities appealed and won? Precedence has been set. By the way, I am very disappointed that this vote is taking place before the new council members are sworn in. Mr. Crocker, you won the vast majority of the vote to become mayor because the people of Victoria trust you not to fall prey to this kind of nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Bobby Garner, and then on deck will be Scott, I believe it's Wakefield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members.
Good evening, Mr. Garner.
First, I have a letter from Pastor Larry Green. He wanted to be here tonight, but he couldn't be here. It's brief. Pastor Larry Green says, I'm a pastor here in Victoria, Texas. In the name of equality and acceptance, we have allowed so many things into the minds and hearts of our children who are growing up here in Victoria. I've always thought of the library as being a safe place. I remember going to the library in my hometown to search for things, to look for things, and have always felt safe in my library. As an adult, I always felt that I could send my children to the library and not worry about negative things that they might encounter being in the library. Yet things have changed, and often not for the good. Let's support the positive things for our children and their well-being. We always say separation of church and state, so why can't we say separation of the adult literature from the children's literature? Adult content from children's content. The minds of our children need to stay clean, so let's not clutter them up. Thank you, Pastor Larry Green. Now for myself, I have 4 grown daughters and 9 grandchildren. They're all users of the library. And I myself have taken them many times to the library to check out books and attend the library programs. And I can tell you that each and every time it's been a very pleasant and delightful experience. So thank you for our library. But you know, regarding the current controversies regarding the library, there is so much noise, and that noise is making things confusing, and we shouldn't let it do that. You've nominated and selected an advisory board, and from what I've read in The Advocate, I think the advisory board has given good, wise counsel. So that's a good thing, and I'm glad they're providing what they provide. But we don't want it to be confusing. There's right and there's wrong. Some things are decent. Some things are not decent. And I have confidence that you have a moral compass and you can tell right from wrong. You can tell decent from not decent. So I have one request of you. I'm asking you to be leaders. We've elected you. We believe in you. But we need you to use your sense of decency, your moral compass. Let it point your true north for you. I can tell you that if you'll lead with courage, we the people want to follow leadership like that. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Mr. Wakefield, and on deck will be Dale Zuck.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So tonight, I would just like to point out, am I too close? Sorry. So tonight, I would just like to speak specifically about the proposed code of conduct and some of the language that is being used in it and just how vague it really is. And I believe that this is going to leave things open for a massive amount of interpretation. And I think that it really lends itself to being abused. So for instance, as an example, in section 15 here, members shall recognize their special role in dealing with city employees and to in no way create the perception of inappropriate direction or comments to staff. So as an example of this, I would like to reference the applying the bylaws to a board and saying, yes, this is the current set of bylaws. This is the same set of bylaws that the last board used. And then as soon as there is some sort of disagreement, then claiming, well, hold on, those aren't approved bylaws. We need to pull those bylaws. And then we're going to change the very thing that caused the disagreement to begin with. Well, in my mind, that certainly provides the perception of inappropriate direction. And so then you step back and say, okay, well, what do we do about this? Well, according to Section 19, the Code of Conduct is intended to be self-enforcing. And so I'm not sure how that's going to work. So then you drop down to Section 20 now, and it says, well, the mayor has a responsibility to intervene when actions of the members appear to be in violation of Code of Conduct are brought to his or her attention. Then that begs the question, okay, well, is this one of those situations where we're going to be able to confront our accuser? Is this provide a situation where we are innocent until proven guilty? Is there a burden of proof in these situations? And then the city council may impose sanctions on the member whose conduct does not apply to city code of conduct, such as reprimand, formal censure, or removal from an appointed board or commission. Well, how are we doing that? Is this a majority rule sort of situation? Is this a situation where we need a unanimous vote? Is it going to fall back on the mayor? There's situations like this throughout this entire thing where it's very vague and ambiguous, and regardless of where you fall on the issues, this sort of language should scare you because it leaves things wide open to be abused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wakefield. Mr. Zuck. And on deck will be Pamela Gibson. Good evening, Mr. Zuck.
Good day, Mayor Crocker. A couple of things about today's events. Congratulations to the new board members and the re-elected board members. But something that should be even more considered, we have an empty seat at your dais. The most highly voting members, those that residents that come out and vote all the time, Holy Family, the Vickers, Roland, they're not at the table to be represented today. Yes, Mr. Crocker, we know you came from there, but still, their representative's not. She's sitting out in the audience. With something like a library board bylaws, she probably needs to be there because she brings a point of reference for her community that is not being represented. Another reason, we've got a code of conduct that 5 members are going to vote on 2 other ones who have no input. This isn't right, folks. Leaving out a newly elected, one that was elected by acclamation, the other who was elected by 60% of the vote, and leaving them out of something that is going to mainly affect them alone. They don't have the right to be able to face their accusers. They don't have the right for putting information into the thought and to speak on their behalf, my friends. You should think that is the most un-American. It's almost like putting a presidential nominee into a courthouse for 5 weeks. Hey, now they're put in forever, and they're going to be into the equivalence of Victoria Facebook hell. They can't say anything. They can't object. They have to sit back and be quiet. And then when they get voted in for the Facebook censure, sorry, folks, you should have been there. They can't be here, folks. So my request to Josie and Ricky, do what's right and have this thing indefinitely tabled forever. We're adults at this group in this table. You don't need to have a group of Facebook people telling you what to say and can't say. I've never seen any of y'all throw punches at anybody. I've heard nothing but decorum here. Josie, Ricky, do what's right and stop this madness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuck. And just as a point of clarity, District 3 is within Councilman Lofgren. I almost called you Congressman. I mean, I'm just giving out, is within Councilman Lofgren's super district. So Pamela Gibson, and on deck would be Lynette Zeller.
Hi, my name's Pamela Gibson. Was there any discussion during open meeting or council regarding developing a code of conduct for city council members or appointed officials? If so, when?
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Lynette Zeller, and then on deck will be Catherine Olson.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for listening to my comments. My name is Lynette Zeller. A couple of years ago, I had several young moms tell me that they no longer use the public library, and I felt their concerns were legitimate. Then the new Library Advisory Board members were appointed who tried to bring those concerns to your attention. Whether or not you realize it, it appears that just because these new board members are conservative or hold to a Christian worldview, they are being treated differently. Actually, it seems they are being silenced and labeled as troublemakers. And yet, this board represents considerably more people in Victoria than I think you realize. The timing is suspicious. Why now? Why now do we need a code of conduct when before the board was given great latitude over matters with no problem? In your mind, is it offensive or wrong to have a different point of view? We never wanted to ban books, but to simply move them to another location. And I wonder, why is that so difficult? I know most of these board members and can vouch that they are people of outstanding reputation and impeccable character. We all know Jill Fox was extremely professional and would never have done anything questionable or worthy of condemnation. So it makes us wonder, what is the actual problem? It was stated that you never had this kind of conflict before this particular board, but I think it's because you never had a board willing to stand up to what they saw were problems in the library. When it comes to children, we must always be hyper-vigilant, and it is always right to want to protect them. The new Code of Conduct states that it is to assure public confidence in the integrity of local government, but I see where it's doing the exact opposite. Will some of these vague, obscure rules be used to arbitrarily axe someone who you deem out of line or having a different viewpoint? Isn't responsible leadership one that works through problems and not one that looks for ways to eliminate those who you consider opposition? That is how it appears. And so it is my observation that cancel culture is alive and well in Victoria, Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Zeller. Ms. Olson. And on deck will be Casey Harris. Good evening, Ms. Olson.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Everybody worships something. What do you worship? Dietrich Bonhoeffer pointed to all the Christians of the Confessing Church who didn't have the courage to act on what they knew to be true and right, and asked the same question. It was November 6, 1932 in Germany on Reformation Sunday. He would later die a martyr's death standing against the Nazis. Perhaps like so many in the American church today, we think it is safer to sit on the sidelines. Safer for who? The unborn? The children being mutilated? The elderly? Or the depressed who are given the option of euthanasia or worse, the duty to die talk by the physician to the elderly? I'm not alone. I'm like so many others who cannot believe what we are seeing in America. I was just reading the Constitution tonight, specifically the First Amendment, which reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. If Congress can't do that, then certainly nobody in Victoria, Texas should be able to either. Here are my grievances. To some, this may seem premature. However, it seems that I had better have my say now or never. It would appear that all governing and elected officials and/or volunteers, that's what I am, a volunteer, are facing a new normal. What I read in this code of conduct is full of difficulties to navigate with it without my head spinning. Example, you must comply with both the letter and spirit of the laws and policies affecting the operations of the government. But then it says public officials would be independent, impartial, and fair in their judgments and actions. This is just the preamble, and yet it is conflicting. How do you comply and yet remain free to express independently your opinions on library policies and the shift that I mentioned last week? What on earth has gone wrong, and how can we work together to make the library a safe place for small children as it was? And that's the real issue. This new code of conduct makes it impossible to comply, and those in authority have all the power and control. I don't think I'm overstating when I say that this new code of conduct is an attack on democracy and the First Amendment. Right here in the conservative town of Victoria, Texas, I signed up for the library board for the sake of the eyes of young children. And as long as I am able, I will continue to struggle against those powers that would destroy the hearts and minds of children. As for me, I do what I do because of Jesus and his claim on my life, and I don't do what I don't do for the same reason. Please join me in my efforts. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Ms. Harris, and on deck will be Wilma Edward.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Crocker. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak this evening. My name is Casey Harris, and my family and I moved here from the South Houston area 6 years ago. We quickly fell in love with the atmosphere and intimacy that only a smaller city can give, and it was a breath of fresh air coming from a crowded, overpopulated city. We realized that here in Victoria, if there is something happening that you don't agree with, be it from city council, school board, parks and rec, etc., you actually have a voice and it can be heard. Here in Victoria, you're not just another name or a number on a paper. We're here and we're telling you our voice. You can put in the work and actually see the fruits of your labor in a somewhat timely manner. That's what makes Victoria so great. The citizens still have a voice, and it's not all controlled by politicians. I've read the emails from the city manager, and the language and demeaning attitude towards volunteers is astounding. Does this behavior promote healthy relationships between city staff, volunteers, and citizens to better serve our community? Or does it hinder them and make them fearful to even question something within their position's realm? The code of conduct for elected and appointed officials is putting so many things at risk. People's privacy. The city manager is inserting himself into every single aspect, furthering the gap between city staff and citizens. Too many opinions are involved in this new code that could be up for debate. And most importantly, is taking away our very First Amendment, our freedom of speech, and we will not be silenced. From my understanding, this whole situation started getting out of hand when the new library mission statement. My personal opinion, I'm not a fan, and it could at least include something about reading. But that's also where I, a citizen who frequents the library, relies on the library staff, city staff, and library advisory board volunteers to speak on my behalf. I personally know several members on the library advisory board, and I trust them. They do not make hasty decisions or shoot from the hip. Instead, they are intelligent individuals that do their due diligence to properly research each agenda item and seek discernment and wisdom to know the right actions to take for the whole of Victoria and not to promote themselves. I ask that you vote no on the code of conducts being presented. If they are passed, you will be taking away the voice of the officials and passing it to the city manager. You will be taking away the voice of the citizens of Victoria. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Edward. And on deck will be Peter Takas. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, and I apologize. Good evening, Ms. Edward.
Good evening. I came to see and observe you, our city board members. My name is Wilma Edward. I live at 3503 Callis, and I've been working with the city and the county a long, long time. I'm looking at this paper. I was at 46 years old, way back before that. But I want to tell you, Mayor, I want to speak to you, because I worked with all the mayors that came through. I don't know how far back I went, but I want to tell the mayor to work with me. I'm saying that because you have to communicate with me if you want to mitigate with Carver Center, Silver City, and we call it Under the Hill. But if you don't communicate with me, the other people out there are not going to come forward and say something to you. So I'm asking you, do your job, and I'm asking the other members on the board, get in your car, ride with me, and then you'll know when I say something's right, it's going to be right. And we have this department and say, I'm in this position, I have a position. This is not just the city council. This is all the community people in Victoria. They want to just say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. But they never get together and communicate and say what we're going to do. So I hope I'm asking you as the mayor, please ride with me so you can know what's going on in Victoria. Not hearsay, because you're going to hear from the city manager things that he shouldn't do. See, I don't come to the meeting. I watch the TV and see who's saying this and saying that. And what y'all saying is one thing, but when I cut the TV off, y'all not doing nothing. And I think everybody over here realize that we want something done. We don't want you to tell, listen to me, and city manager, I'm going to have to talk to you too. They have promised Silver City a park, apartments, so people can live decent in Silver City. And he can tell you how long that promise was. So I'm talking to you, Mayor. Do something about it, because the people out there come to me. I decided to sit down and not do nothing, but when I start, I need to go see who the mayor is. So I'm gonna take you one joke, but one of the mayors. Y'all too young to know anything about this, though. She might know. Cali Street, and I can't think which mayor it was. I have worked with so many of them. It was a ditch big enough for a car to go down in. And the mayor came out and he said, because you have to get from this side to my house. He said, well, let your husband take you across. So I thought that was, but the work was done. And this is new. My daughter said, this is a new generation. I know it is, but we need to go back and search our history. Because Victoria is a good place, but you're messing it all up.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you. I want somebody to do it with something with the park. I have too many children running around, they have nothing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Mr. Takas and Scott Bauer will be on deck. Mr. Takas.
Oh. Well, thank you for having me. I don't really have a whole lot thought up about this. First, I want to congratulate all of you. But then I just wanted to make a few remarks on this little tempest in a teapot that we're having about the library board. It seems like they have appointed themselves as some sort of a moral police for the community. I'm not quite sure why they are so much more moral than we are, the rest of us who don't have any problems with the library collection. The way the library does things, they feel that they are better at bringing in books or setting up the collection than people who actually devote their lives to it, who are professionals. I also don't especially care for their criteria, which is sex and violence. You start doing that, you can ban the Bible, which has more sex and violence than most kids' books. Anyway, I do hope that this can be all resolved a little bit better than it has been. I'm a bit offended about all of their technicalities on the constitutional this, freedom of speech on that. None of that is being abridged. But I am offended that they are taking unwanted liberties on trying to run the show when they aren't really the ones doing the work. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Scott Bauer, and on deck will be Keith Williams.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I am normally a speaker that speaks from the heart, but today I wanted to write my thoughts down to make sure most is communicated in the 3 minutes that I have to share. The last time I took the time to speak before council, it was really basically where a lot of this all began. It all started with a very simple ask to remove or at least relocate sexually explicit books that were found in the children's section in the library. What started out as a simple, basic, common sense ask turned into a misinformation campaign by the media and many hours of nonsense and deliberation with hardly any change. In fact, the last time I spoke, after I got up, the person after me called me a racist Nazi book burner. It was absolutely insane. But one of the good benefits of that time was that the average citizens around Victoria stood up to a lot of these hidden agendas and exposed them for what is really happening today. There are true, honest concerns with much of today's meeting, which is what you are hearing today from your citizens. First of all, one of the main problems, this is a big problem that I have with today's meeting, is why is the rush to get these items voted on today specifically? As you are well aware, 2 of our new city council members are set to be sworn in the next few weeks. Why can't these issues wait until the newly elected representation of Victoria have a say on these matters? Is it because they might have other ideas or concerns? To push all this through when you have the votes and not the true current Victoria citizens representation is the crap we've been seeing in Washington, D.C., not here in Victoria. So I urge you all to make a motion today to delay these votes today so that these changes can be further discussed and debated before adoption. Once again, this is a common sense ask. Much of the reason many of Victoria's citizens are here today is because of some of the language and recommendations that you are expected to approve today, both in the new bylaws for the LAB and the Code of Conduct. It literally will take away power from you as the elected officials and give it to an unelected city employee that is literally the one who is driving these changes. I do understand our city manager's intentions to try to keep things civil and just to try to keep a narrative going a certain direction. But no matter how pure these intentions are today, I would caution you, each of you, that these rules of conduct leave us with many more questions than they do answers. And as you have already heard, for instance, like not defining certain terminology in these codes of conduct, this can literally cause many more problems down the road than what it is trying to solve today, especially if it takes away authority from elected officials who are the spokesmen and women of Victoria. It doesn't take much courage to delay these votes today and dig a little deeper on what these changes would do and the intentions behind them. So I personally think they should be scrapped and are not needed. Thank you for your time, and sincerely, I thank you for your service to our great city. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Mr. Williams, and on deck will be Gabe Patek. Good evening, Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll be brief. You've heard some good comments, and I hope you take them to heart. But I did want to address something that I'm a praying man, so things kind of change because I believe in being led. And this particular thing and this particular item in the policy, what's called the policy purpose, it says the code of conduct is to assure public confidence in the integrity of local government and its effective and fair operation. I want you to pay attention to one thing: integrity. We can all put it down on paper. We can always say we have integrity, but integrity is what happens when it's behind closed doors. So I want you, as you possibly vote on this tonight, to take that word to heart, and not only in this situation, but in all situations. I do ask that you will table this tonight, being that it's put together, and there's some things in there that, like many have said before, who's going to hold the person in charge accountable? Main reason I say that is because I too read this email that Dr. Jill Fox got, or received, excuse me. I was quite disturbed about it, to be honest with you. One thing I don't like is somebody that bullies. We teach our children in schools that they shouldn't be bullied. Well, that letter or that email was, to me, somebody bullying another person. And that Victoria's not like that. And you can see by the representation in this room that citizens are serious. And like someone said before, you know, you're elected, which means you can be replaced. And I'm being cordial about that. But I think the city council, yes, Mr. Lawford, I see your smile. Yes, sir. I ask you to think about that word of integrity and make sure you vote that way. If not, just scrap it off of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Gabe Patek. And on deck will be Peggy Hester. Good evening, Ms. Patek.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. On March 26, 2024, our Library Advisory Board Chair, Dr. Jill Fox, reached out to the proper designee, which is the library director, and asked for a special called meeting of the Library Advisory Board to hear the director's presentation and to discuss the committee's report on the mission statement. Dr. Fox carbon copied the city manager, Jesus Garza, on this request. Mr. Garza took over the communication and talked about the date and time requested, and then there was 4 days of silence. After the 4 days of silence, his tone completely shifted. He said he better wanted to understand the Library Advisory Board's objective, but also stated that the mission statement is not changing. He said he was not interested in facilitating a conversation that attempts to undermine the work of his staff, or interested in facilitating a platform for political posturing of advisory board members. I don't know anyone on the Library Advisory Board that was running for office or even plans to. He then stated he needed more information before he decided on whether to have staff facilitate a special meeting or not. It was not Dr. Fox who was out of line. She followed all normal procedures to call the meeting, but the city manager would not allow the city staff to facilitate the meeting, write a new agenda, post a notice, or attend the meeting. Dr. Fox went forward with the meeting following state law for posting requirements. Now the city manager is changing the Library Advisory Board bylaws and trying to get city council to put strict regulations for all boards in the city and even on city council, restricting your rights to say what you think and shifting more power to the city manager. I would like to ask the City Council, when you requested staff to develop codes of conduct for all elected and appointed officials who represented Victoria, was it discussed during an executive session? And if so, which one? The Library Advisory Board has not been on the agenda for quite some time and therefore should not have been discussed at all. Our freedoms get stolen one piece at a time. I ask that you rethink what you're doing to our community. Victoria wants open communication, open dialogue, and conversation. Isn't that how the best policies get made? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buttick. Peggy Hester. And on deck will be Jim Hester. Good evening, Ms. Hester.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time. I'm Peggy Hester. I'm speaking in support of the Library Advisory Board and their role as a voice for the citizens of Victoria County and as advisors to library staff on matters pertaining to the Victoria Public Library, including the policies and mission statements as outlined on the Advisory Board's website. One of their purposes is to develop and establish immediate and long-range policies for the library within the overall policies of the city and county. The board was acting appropriately when the special meeting was called so that the subcommittee could report on its work and give comments and questions concerning the new mission statement. They were working within their role and purpose. I attended the special meeting and heard the subcommittee's report. They had insightful questions and suggestions. It would benefit the library staff to hear this report, as has been the practice usually, and to thoughtfully consider using their report as a tool to improve the mission statement. The board and the library were previously working together on policies. Now the city manager has shut down discussion and restricted the library director and staff from even having contact with the board. City council members, let the board's voices be heard. They have a variety of perspectives which should be discussed and considered, not shut down. There is wisdom in a multitude of counselors. Don't silence them either through the city manager or through the code of conduct. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hester. Jim Hester, and on deck will be Nita Rampy. Hello, Mr. Hester.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Basically, we came here in 1978, so we've been here for 46 some odd years. And that may surprise people since I worked for DuPont. You're supposed to move every 2 years. That didn't happen. We stayed here. Our 6 kids enjoyed the library. They loved it. They went there and they'd read those books and stuff like that. They would buy dolls, the girls would, buy dolls that represented the people that they looked at. Anyway, I'm going to move on to what I wanted to say. In 1776, representatives from the original colonies developed the Declaration of Independence. They knew that the King of England would hate that document and would want to kill them. But at the end of the document, 56 representatives made a mutual pledge to each other. They pledged their lives, they pledged their fortunes, they pledged their sacred honor, and they became people that were being chased down and killed. They also created a new foundation for government, new for the world. It was based on a cardinal moral truth that all men are created equal, and that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Again, from the consent of the governed, not from what the people in the government might want. The declaration included 1,323 words. It had 75% of those words were all based on the crimes that the king had been doing to his own citizens. My previous roles included travel ranging from North America, Canada and in the US, Europe, Siberia, Serbia, France and England, and Asia, Singapore, China, South Korea, and Japan. In those roles, I've learned how to improve my ability to work with others. That included tactfully handling disagreements between groups, being able to objectively listen to all sides of an issue, mediate and negotiate resolutions between opposing factions, justify decisions to ensure every party understands the importance and/or benefits of those current actions, help the group with delayed future efforts in a manner that those groups are respected with a basis for success in their future. It's my opinion that the current library board effort should include retain reading and literacy and the benefit for both Victoria County and Victoria City. The above abilities I just mentioned, I wanted to make a point. I wondered what you should do, what abilities you should have if you're a city manager, so I looked it up. And what I described were the same sort of things that I learned. And unfortunately, I don't think we have the right city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Nita Rampy. And on deck will be Jewel Buchanan. Good evening, Ms. Rampy.
Good evening, Mayor Crocker and City Council members. My name is Nita Rampy, and I live here in Victoria. My husband and I have been residents of Victoria for over 35 years. We love the size of this city, and we love the fact that there are many areas for community involvement where folks who want to have an impact on our community can volunteer and serve. I'm here because of my concern that efforts are being made which threaten the ability for members of our community to have a say and make an impact. It appears to me that steps are being taken to limit the ability for citizens to express their opinions and concerns and lead and guide according to the values of our community. I'm talking about a proposed code of conduct which will actually result in the censorship of both elected and appointed citizens who are in positions where accomplishing their work includes offering their opinions and carrying out the will of the people to try and make a difference in our community. 2 years ago, Joanna Williams, a British author, wrote a book which addressed how an elitist movement is threatening democracy, tolerance, and reason. Her thesis is that there has developed an overbearing professional management class that has acquired incredible levels of power and ideological influence, which has produced hegemony as the new normal. The most zealous members of this new elite class seek to control a particular viewpoint and tolerate no opposition. And when there is citizen opposition, they exhibit moral superiority as they look down on those who they feel are too stupid, prudish, or misinformed to understand their lofty goals of domination. This is what I see taking place as the city manager seeks to extinguish the ability for the Library Advisory Board and other boards to represent our community's views, which overall tend to be conservative, under threat of reprisal. I myself am amazed that the proposed new library purpose statement omits the mention of books, reading, and literacy in favor of nebulous references to cultural ideals. The Library Advisory Board members, whom many I know personally, some for over 35 years, are people of the highest character. They are not troublemakers, but are wise, considerate decision makers who are listening to the expressed desires of the majority in our community. By taking away their ability to impact policy, you're taking away the rights of Victoria citizens to make our voices heard. I hope you, as members of the City Council, will continue to foster free speech and an exchange of ideas. Thank you for considering that. I urge you to table the vote until all City Council representatives are in place to consider the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rampy. Jewel Buchanan. And on deck will be Liz Heiser. Good evening, Ms. Buchanan.
You weren't kidding when you said you had a lot of people. I've changed my speech 800 times, and so now I'm just going back to the original one. Hello, Mayor Crocker and City Council members and on deck City Council members. My name is Jewel Buchanan, and I'm here to thank you for re-examining the Code of Conduct and the bylaws for the Library Advisory Board members. As you all may remember, I served 2 terms on our public library board. I am a library, and I'm an early childhood major who taught kindergarten for many years. The group that I worked with consisted of homeschoolers, young people, old people, all kinds of nationalities, and we all worked together to promote library programs that increased patron usage and circulation numbers. We added input, offered insight, and cooperatively created documents that ensured that our library was constantly improving. In 2021, however, a group of people became concerned that our library offered books that reflected non-traditional families. They featured characters who were LGBTQ+, they educated readers about gay rights, and otherwise just did not reflect their particular worldview. They spoke at city council meetings, county commissioner meetings, and library advisory board meetings. As I looked through the notes that I've taken from those meetings over the years, it's been a small but consistent group. Over time, as openings came up on our library advisory board and many applicants applied, each spot was given to a member of this particular group. People who spoke against LGBTQ relevant books in the name of saving our children from porn. Books on the list for removal, which I have with me, included books that showed families made up of 2 moms or 2 dads taking their kids to a farmer's market or doing other perfectly non-pornographic family activities, yet they still wanted this book out of the library. As these new board members met, they attempted to rewrite library bylaws, removing words like intellectual freedom and inserting things like community norms, striking responsibility of the parent and inserting responsibility of the library, where library director was removed and replaced with library advisory board. Fast forward to last month's meeting, called by the Library Advisory Board Chair to analyze and adjust staff-created mission statement, even though the mission statement creation is a function of staff, not the advisory board. I read all of the emails exchanged between Dr. Fox and Mr. Garza. Some people, I understand, they only saw the last one, but it was clear that Dr. Fox acknowledged that this was not a responsibility of the lab, but she was adamant about meeting anyway. I attended this meeting. What came out of it can only be described as just another attempt of having the tail wag the dog. My advice for future library advisory board appointees, consult with the library staff and get a list of the people who are actually using the library, because those are the people who know what's working. They know what needs improvement in our public library. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Liz Heiser. And on deck will be Lori Eder, I believe, or Eder. I apologize. I'm sure I butchered that. Ms. Heiser, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. This new code of conduct that the City Council will be voting on tonight, as well as the Library Advisory Board bylaws, reeks of diversity, equity, and inclusion ideologies, which are finally being canceled in various places around the country. In regards to what is happening in the city of Victoria, common sense has gone out the window. Texas lawmakers believe DEI programs and training have indoctrinated students with left-wing ideology and forced them to make hires based on their support of diversity efforts rather than on merit and achievement. Now, the city manager's office is putting in strict regulations for all boards in the city and even city council, restricting their rights to say what they think and shifting more power to the city manager. What is wrong with this picture? It has all the markings of a big violation of First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. There was a chain of emails between Dr. Jill Fox of the Library Advisory Board and the city manager over a month ago in regards to calling a meeting to give feedback on the committee report on the library mission statement. The hostility and unprofessional tone in those emails came directly from the city manager, not Dr. Fox. Under this new code of conduct, who would get in trouble?
Dr. Fox didn't do anything wrong, but she can't get in trouble because sadly, she passed away on April 24th. But I seriously doubt the city manager will police himself, as he wants to control pretty much everything that is said to anybody who works in the city, elected or appointed. He doesn't like what you say, bam, you're gone. Reprimanded, a letter in your file. Did we, the people of Victoria, elect him? We did not. Who is going to want to work for the city of Victoria if this new code of conduct goes into effect in its current written form? It also sets up the city manager to police every interaction that anyone within our city government can have with each other. Basically, if a city council member wants to have a conversation with the board member or city staff, they have to ask permission first? Are you kidding me? This is basically censorship of all citizen representatives, both elected and appointed in the city of Victoria. Think about that. Censorship. It sounds like the current trend in mainstream media, and that's a real shame.
Thank you, Ms. Heiser. Lori Eder, and on deck will be Sherry Van Sickle. Good evening. I apologize if I butchered your name.
It's all right. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I am Lori Eder, and I am your current chairperson for the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. And for point of record, a friend of mine reached out to me yesterday and told me about this policy coming before you today. So I jumped on the website, I looked at it, and I just have some concerns as it's written that it would seem in a way to potentially limit the way the Parks and the Rec Commission and commissioners currently work and operate with city staff. And I've been on the commission for a couple years. This is my first year as chairperson, and we work really well together. We collaborate with staff, and we've been able to do a lot of good work together through a collaborative effort of respect and open dialogue. I specifically would ask your consideration on a few key points in this document, but the very first one is, and I just can't let it go because I'm a word person, but item number 3, conduct of members. Right off the bat, it starts with beyond reproach. Beyond reproach means without criticism, beyond criticism, to be perfect, to be flawless, to be blameless. I don't know how I, as an individual or as a commission member, would possibly accomplish that. So keep that in mind. With regards to point number 4, it draws let me draw your attention to, it says the member shall communicate to staff through city manager or city manager designee. I would suggest you make that plural. The city manager could appoint more than one designee in the department. For me, I work personally with the parks director and her staff, and to date, we work with the assistant parks director, we work with the sports tourism manager, all under her purview, of course, keeping in mind chain of command, we don't go beyond that, but it's not just one particular designee. So I would hope that as these boards and commissions come forward, that the city council, city manager's office, we do have appropriate designee, in my case, the Parks and Rec director, and then under her purview, we are able to continue to collaborate and, to work together. I would also draw your attention to point number 14, which states that requests for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed through the city manager. There's no other person for me to ask for information for. I would suggest that's a little limiting, very limiting. It needs to be or designee or designees. And then in addition, there are, I think, some key phrases which are vague and very open to a broad interpretation, which could unintentionally limit open, healthy, helpful dialogue and problem solving between staff and commissioners. And also, I believe that there could be some fear involved in unintentionally giving, as a commissioner, the perception of inappropriate direction or comments to staff. So I would recommend at this time that you table this document, revisit it with people on your commissions and boards for very practical input on how to go forward with this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Eden. Sherry Van Sickle, and on deck will be Isabella Zeppelin. Ms. Van Sickle, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sherry Van Sickle. Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. Words by anti-Nazi theologian and pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Wake up, Victoria. We need voices speaking up about issues affecting our community. Unfortunately, tonight, there are specific plans to silence the Victoria Public Library Advisory Board. This board is a strong voice for protecting the innocence of children. Why would anyone who pays attention to our community allow this to happen? A couple of years ago, a concerned citizen of Victoria asked me to read a book from our library for elementary students. This was like 6, 7, 8-year-olds. It introduced the idea of gender reassignment surgeries and how to look it up online in this little children's book. This was disturbing enough for me to join the Library Advisory Board. I saw some problems in the library. As you may remember, one of the biggest rallying cries for those advocating for inclusion of all sexual-themed books for children was in the name of free speech. It saddens me to see some of these free speech advocates have no problem with this Library Advisory Board being silenced. Your silence is deafening.
Thank you, Ms. Van Sickle. Isabella Zeppelin, and then on deck will be April Butler. Good evening, Ms. Zeppelin.
Hi, how are you
Hi.
doing?
Doing well, thanks. Yourself?
So I just do not understand why the competence of our city manager is being called into question when he didn't respond in the way that some from the Public Library Advisory Board expected. Although he was not elected, he was hired by someone who was. From my understanding, the children at the library are not supposed to be unaccompanied by a parent. So if they're picking up a book while you're supposed to be there with them, why can you not redirect them from picking up a book that you deem inappropriate or obscene? Especially when it just highlights some non-traditional family values or non-traditional values that people don't agree with. So that's just my idea. And although I think some people don't agree with allowing inclusion in our library, children can pick up a book from anywhere, not just the children's section. So if you don't agree with the books that are in our library, then maybe you shouldn't go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeppelin. April Butler, and on deck will be Sarah Zeller. Hello again, Ms. Butler.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. As a newly elected member of council myself, I am honored to serve alongside each of you in our collective mission to better our community. I understand that the creation of a code of conduct for both council and city board appointments may have been discussed behind closed doors in executive session previously before being placed on the agenda. Our commitment to transparency and accountability, as outlined in the role of an elected official, underscores the importance of involving all stakeholders in decision-making processes. As the drafted codes of conduct both state, quote, "This code of conduct is to assure public confidence in the integrity of local government and its effective and fair operation." The manner and timing of these agenda items have the appearance of negating this. While I may not currently have a vote, if I did, I would vote no on these policies as they were published for agenda. Thank you for your time and for allowing my public comment. Again, I look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Ms. Zeller, and on deck would be James and I apologize, it looks like G-U-I-N-S, Quins? Collins, thank you. I'm sorry, James. I should get better glasses.
I think I should do a better job, sir.
No worries. Good evening, Ms. Zeller.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. The questions and concerns swirling Victoria lately boil down to worldview. What do we want for our community and for our local government? The vast majority of Victorians still have traditional values. What are traditional American values? It's hard to make a complete list, but some things are clear. One value is representative government. We elect those who represent our values and will speak for us. We want them to have the freedom of speech to speak up, to do that in a bold, strong way. We don't want them worried about sanctions or punishments for voicing our values. Another is the right of the individual intended to balance the right of the government, the right to your own opinion, the right to disagree with your government, both in public and in private. Another important value is to have checks and balances in our government. This comes from the basic understanding of human nature. Humans are flawed. They love power, and unchecked power can turn even good people into corrupt ones. We all need accountability. Another value is the dignity of the individual, and that comes from a Judeo-Christian worldview that teaches that all people are created by God and have inherent value. Treating others with respect and self-control are ways that we show dignity to others, even those with whom we disagree. One long-standing traditional value is to support and uphold the family, to see it as foundational to our society, to view children as a blessing, and to remember that parents train children up to be moral and upright citizens. Another traditional value is respectful discourse, to look for logical and reasonable arguments, to listen to the ideas of others, to weigh ideas based on their strengths. These rights and values are expected to be balanced by and tied to morality. When our country was founded, it was common to discuss morality, and the Bible was the most read book in the nation. The Bible teaches that we all answer to a higher authority, outside of ourselves, higher even than our government. It teaches us to die to our own desires, to strive to honor God, to grow in character traits like love, patience, goodness, and self-control. Whether it's intended or not, people see a departure from those traditional values in the way things are being handled in Victoria lately. Citizens are being ignored when they defend traditional family values. Board members are shamed when they speak up for children and families. Putting in a new code of conduct and new library board bylaws continues this departure. You all have a heavy responsibility, and I don't mean to make light of the difficult decisions you face. Please remember, your choices have consequences that impact our entire community. We're counting on you to stand up for our values and to do what's right, even when it's hard. I object to any closed sessions regarding the library board or the code of conduct, and I request a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeller. Mr. Collins. And then on deck will be Darla Holmberg-Abel. Mr. Collins, welcome. I apologize for my...
That's all right, sir. I guess I just need to write more clearly. I'm out of practice.
No worries.
Good evening, Mayor Crocker, City Manager Garza, City Council. I'm James Collins. I'm here on behalf of the Victoria Police Officer Association. I'm the president of that, and I just wanted to speak briefly on agenda item E1. As other people have already stated, just a couple of passages and some things in there were kind of vague to me, and I just wanted to make sure that things were properly clarified. I mean, as a member of the community, as a president of the VPOA, the code of conduct doesn't affect me in any way or what I can say or anything like that to you, but I just have concerns that if the vagaries of the code of conduct are not taken care of, that it could leave some of the council members or members of different communities committees for the city with fear that if they talk with city staff or something like that, that they could wind up in trouble for not going through the city manager or the designee. So as other people have said, number 4, the respect for process includes that statement. Members shall communicate to staff through the city manager or appropriate designee. And so, you know, without knowing specifically how far down that goes, you know, if you were to ask, you know, an officer a question like how many cars are on the street today, or how many cars are broken, or something like that, you know, is that a question that needs to be directed through the city manager's office, or is that something that an answer is readily available from the officer? Can that be done? You know, that kind of thing. Number 12 includes representation of private interests. That mentions the council's role should be as stewards of the public interest. And because of this, they should not speak on behalf of private or non-profit entities, as a couple of those entities that are included in there. Of course, the Victoria Police Officers Association, we are a nonprofit entity. We're made up of officers that work for the city. But as the president of that entity, I just want to make sure that a council member would feel comfortable talking with us. And if we gave you information that changed your opinion on something, that you felt you had the freedom to use that to affect your decision, as opposed to just information that was fed to you from elsewhere. And so that would be the only real issues that I would like to bring to your attention tonight regarding the code of conduct. I certainly appreciate the proclamation earlier for Peace Officer Memorial Week. Victoria is a great place to be an officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Collins. Darla Holmberg Abel. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. And first, I would like to express my appreciation for the hard work of our City Manager, Jesus Garza, in the progressive development of our community. Second, I would like to add to the comments already made addressing certain comments made by certain members of the Victoria Library Advisory Board. I am a retired teacher and a school counselor with 25 years of field experience and a licensed professional counselor with a PhD in counselor education and supervision. I feel like I'm standing in front of a school board right now for the first time, so excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I continue to have the honor of educating and supervising graduate counseling students, school counseling, and clinical mental health counseling students in the field. There is plenty of research connecting a child's social and emotional development to academic achievement. The Texas Education Agency has included this requirement in the Texas Model for Comprehensive School Counseling. Children need to be validated and included in all areas of development to successfully achieve their full potential. Books are an important source in this inclusivity and validation process. Banning books that help achieve this goal is detrimental. I'm not saying that we should never reevaluate literature to ensure immediacy or application to our world today, to ensure that our children, our students, are serviced the way they should be. We must be up to date and aware of social changes in our society. Ignorance is not bliss. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I believe that then concludes the green cards that I have. So moving on then, I will take a point of personal privilege because I want to address the reason we're here today and basically address a community on that matter. And so if you would bear with me for a moment, I'd like to present this to those in attendance. So as many in attendance are no doubt aware, one of the purposes of tonight's meeting is to address a recent meeting involving the Library Advisory Board, specifically a meeting of that board which took place on April the 10th without the presence of city staff, and more generally to discuss the working relationship between the board and the city. I publicly stated at a previous meeting that council would take steps to better understand the totality of what led to that board meeting, what led to that board arranging and conducting a non-city sanctioned meeting. That process was postponed, by the observance of proper decorum at Dr. Fox's tragic passing. But tonight, council will address the matter with the goal of identifying the best path forward for all involved. Council's intent throughout this process was solely to gather all relevant information about the chain of events that led to the incident to allow us, as council, to make better informed and sound decisions for the future. As part of that process, I personally met with and spoke to a number of individuals, including members of the Library Advisory Board, members of the City Executive Leadership Team, and members of the library staff. I want to share with all interested parties certain facts related to this situation, which may or may not have been previously made public, but which are relevant to council's review and the overall situation. I was told by a Library Advisory Board member prior to the April 10 meeting in question that the board's reason for wanting to conduct a special meeting was to allow certain individual members to publicly express their objections to the library's mission statement, including the mission statement omission of the words literacy and reading and the use of the word diverse to describe our community. Staff suggested opportunities for those board members to present their concerns about the library's mission statement, including the option to have a discussion at the board's next regularly scheduled meeting in May. Staff pointed out the efficiencies of including the item on a regularly scheduled meeting agenda rather than conducting a separate standalone meeting. I myself made that suggestion to the board's leadership, but was told that that was not a viable option. The Library Advisory Board instead chose to post a meeting notice at the Victoria County Courthouse, outside of the normal posting policies and procedures of the city. This was done without the knowledge of city staff and was only brought to the city's attention the day before the scheduled meeting, when the library director was asked by a board member to appear at the meeting and give a report on the mission statement. We as council do not condone decisions made to circumvent city policies and procedures which exist to protect the city and members of its various boards, to foster productivity, and to ensure transparency and accessibility for the general public. As part of council's review of this matter, I asked the city attorney's office to review the actions taken at the Library Advisory Board by the Library Advisory Board at its April 10th specially called meeting. This was done as a direct result of an email I received from the board's leadership after the meeting, which summarized specific actions taken by the board at that meeting. It was immediately apparent to me from that email that certain actions taken during the non-city sanctioned meeting raised issues of noncompliance with the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which, by city ordinance, must be followed by all boards and commissions. At my request, the city attorney's office has reviewed the posted meeting notice, the email received following the meeting, and a video recording of the meeting posted by a citizen on social media. From these available sources, the city attorney's office have determined that at least 2 serious infractions of the Open Meetings Act provisions occurred at the Library Advisory Board's April 10th, 2024 meeting. Firstly, although this meeting was posted as a newly called meeting, it appears to have been conducted following the agenda of the board's February 21st meeting, as if it were a continuation of that meeting held some 7 weeks prior. Such a continuation is prohibited by the Texas Open Meetings Act. The act only allows for a 24-hour continuation of a public meeting. Secondly, the board, on a motion, second, and affirmative vote, added agenda items to its meeting, which were not part of the public meeting notice posted by the board outside of the city's processes and procedures. The Texas Open Meetings Act prohibits in-meeting amendments to add discussion and action items not previously disclosed to the public via a properly posted notice. This is a clear violation not only of the Act's provisions, but its basic concepts of open governance. Having said this, I want to make it clear and express that I am not making these violations public as an effort to in any way vilify this board, nor to embarrass or specifically call anyone out. nor is it council's intention to point fingers, assess blame, or in any way seek or assess any type of punishment on the board or any member thereof. Instead, it is my intent to use this situation and these actions to illustrate why the city has systems and processes in place for meetings. As I previously stated, these systems and processes protect the city and individual board members. They keep them from unintentionally running afoul of the law and provide a framework through which the citizens of Victoria can be assured that public meetings are being noticed and conducted properly, transparently, and in conformity with applicable law. This is of utmost importance to council, and all of the city's boards and commissions must comply with these processes to avoid similar situations in the future where board members may unintentionally violate the law and in doing so damage the public trust our citizens have in those boards and the city as a whole. Simply put, compliance with open meetings provisions is non-negotiable and mandatory by city ordinance, and they were not adhered to in this instance. There have been many public comments and statements made regarding this matter, which have tried to paint this situation as something much more than it is. What became clear to me as I spoke with numerous individuals involved is as follows. This was not, contrary to one popular public narrative, a conspiracy to silence voices on the board, nor was it some type of mutiny against the city. The actual truth may be disappointing to some as it involves much less drama and intrigue. It is evident to me that this is a situation resulting from hastily drawn conclusions, misunderstandings, wrongful assumptions, miscommunications, knee-jerk responses, and ultimately bruised egos and hurt feelings. In short, this is not an overarching good versus evil political issue, but rather this is simply a people issue, complete with all that typically accompanies such issues and based generally on our God-given human nature, including its innate frailties and shortcomings that all of us, sometimes to our detriment, share as part of our membership in the human race. Any attempt to paint this matter as something beyond that is truly tilting at windmills. Nonetheless, it should be stated that council is disappointed that we find ourselves having to address this situation. We're disappointed at the breakdown in communication. We're disappointed at decisions made and actions taken which led to discord, and also disappointed at some of the very public comments which have been made based on incomplete and false information. I echo Congressman Lofgren's statements made at our last meeting. Did I just say Congressman?
You did.
Councilman, it's even written right there. I echo Councilman Lofgren's statements made at our last meeting regarding the apparent hatred that has emerged in some of these comments. And I join him in urging that we no longer seek to divide our community, but rather strive to work collectively toward improvement. I should also note that council is disappointed in itself. Disappointed that we failed to identify and diffuse the root cause, which was a lack of defined roles and expectations for the Library Advisory Board, particularly during prior library administrations. This inaction caused confusion as to the board's role and functions, and ultimately manifested itself through this incident because council failed to take proactive steps to address those issues before they grew into something more. Our intent tonight is to rectify that inaction. The board's current bylaws are ambiguously worded, outdated, and do not reflect the operational realities of the library or the board. Again, council itself bears some responsibility for this incident in not previously recognizing the inconsistencies and ambiguities in the board's current bylaws. These bylaws were last updated roughly 7 years ago, and based on all available records, were never presented to council for approval as required. Instead, these bylaws were developed amongst the then serving board members based on operational realities which existed at that time. Although the current board has made attempts to revise the bylaws, the outdated version remains in place, from my understanding, due to a lack of due to a lack of consensus among board members about revisions proposed by a board subcommittee. It is appropriate for council to review bylaws for all city boards and commissions to ensure functional working relationships and clear delineation of roles between city staff and board members. In fact, this very exercise has been undertaken in recent years with respect to numerous boards and commissions under the city's umbrella. The role of boards such as the Library Advisory Board is to provide general guidance in tandem with the expertise and decisions of city staff, not to provide oversight on day-to-day decisions and policymaking that are appropriate to city staff and council. For these reasons, I am bringing to council an opportunity to review and help support amending these bylaws in a manner which I believe will be a long-term effective solution for all involved. I want to be clear that the review and approval of all bylaws is council's responsibility, and therefore this decision to update and amend the city's various boards and commissions bylaws, including the Library Advisory Board's bylaws, is that of council, not of the city manager, nor of any city staff. Moreover, it is my opinion that this evening is an opportune time for council to set in place two separate codes of conduct, one which applies to city council members and one which will apply across all city-run boards and commissions. The intent of this code is not to in any way limit communication or prevent board members from expressing concerns, but to ensure that board members understand council's expectations with respect to its appointed boards, including the appropriate chain of communication which is in place to ensure that the city, like any responsible, professionally run organization, remains efficient and functional. Boards and commissions are tasked with acting as a liaison to council, and nothing in the code of conduct should in any way hinder or prohibit the free and open communication of ideas, thoughts, or concerns applicable to any board member's assigned responsibilities. Drafts of these codes were included in the packets to council and publicly posted with the agenda for this evening's meeting. Council will have the opportunity tonight to review these drafts and make appropriate changes to ensure that they align with council's stated intentions and expectations for both elected and appointed officials. To dispel any assumptions which may arise about these codes, I want to emphasize that they are not a direct result of the recent incident involving the Library Advisory Board. Quite to the contrary, these have been in formation going back to the fall of last year as part of an ongoing effort by City Council, the Executive Leadership Team, and the City Attorney's Office to implement best practices within the city. I believe these codes are well in keeping with that objective and are part of good, reasonable, and effective governance. Keep in mind that city staff also have their own rules of conduct as well in the employee handbook and individual employment contracts. Council's expectations going forward as they relate to staff's communications and interactions with city boards and commissions have been discussed and made very clear to staff. Therefore, establishing this code of conduct for all board and commission members will ensure that all parties involved will abide by a similar set of expectations when conducting the city's business. Finally, this evening, we will directly address the concerns about the library's mission statement. I believe that there is a consensus among council that the inclusion of language supporting the promotion of literacy by the library should most definitely be a part of the library's mission statement in keeping with prior versions of that statement. I've asked staff to provide an update on the library's mission statement, and we will receive a presentation this evening from Library Director Jessica Berger updating that statement appropriately. It is my belief that the items and actions I've identified are in keeping with my previously stated intent for council to undertake an informed, measured, and responsible approach to this matter, the end result of which is the betterment of the working relationships of all involved. With the enactment of these items on this evening's agenda, as they may be amended by council at this meeting in public debate, We now have an opportunity to move forward in a positive and collaborative manner. I call upon all of those who truly have the interest of our community at heart to turn our focus to doing what we can to ensure a more cooperative and aligned relationship between the City Council, the Library Advisory Board members, and city staff. I believe that council is providing all parties concerned a reasonable and suitable platform which we can collectively work toward the further improvement and betterment of our library. Does anybody have anything to add? Yes, ma'am.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Concerning when you say anything to add, are you asking us to comment on your explanation, or comment on, is it time to comment on the conduct of code of conduct?
No, I was referring to that explanation. These items will be taken up appropriately, and we can discuss those at that time. Okay?
Okay.
So no, we'll definitely have discussion on each item on here.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on then to item D, which is city manager's reports. Item 1 is Victoria Public Library mission statement update. Good evening, Ms. Berger.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak on the library's mission statement. Uh-oh.
Do you, Mayor, would you like to wait for Councilmember Solis to return?
We
or
can
are
do
you
that.
okay with
That's-
proceeding?
That's a good suggestion, yes.
Okay. They might have to figure out a couple of things here.
Actually, I think I just saw her go out the side door.
Yeah, she's gone. She's gone.
And we're having technical difficulties.
Well, I tell you what, given that, then why don't we just take a short break? Let's take a 5-minute break before we start the presentation. That will give Ms. Solis time to come back and and our AT department time to get that in order. So it is not 3 o'clock. It's 6:51, so we'll just take a short 5-minute break and then recess back into public session. All right. Thank you very much. So back to where we were after a short break. Ms. Berger, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the work that goes into creating the library's mission statement. To do that, I wanted to rewind a little bit just to give a brief history on just the work that goes into it and what we've done. So from 1998 to 2010, the library's mission statement was, I'm going to read it out loud, our mission is to meet the diverse information needs of all the citizens of Victoria County through excellence in our collections, facilities, and reference services. The library staff is service-oriented, and we know our community and its needs. Because we understand the important role of the information technology and resource sharing in meeting the needs of our readers, we are using automation to create links to many other libraries so that Victoria may have access to the wealth of information beyond that available in our library. We constantly strive to inform all potential library users about the resources we have for them. We give special attention to the children and young adults of the community because we believe that early development and good reading habits leads to a high level of literacy throughout one's lifetime. We seek close cooperation with the schools, and we are dedicated to serving as a center for reading, learning, and technology. We believe that citizens need easy access to information for business, educational, leisure, and civic needs. Our second important focus is service to the adult reader. We are building collections of high interest, current materials, which are the basis of timely and accurate reference history, and genealogy collections. We can all agree that is a very lengthy mission statement. During 2010, with the direction of our fairly new library director after the 30-year retirement of James Stewart, we were tasked to develop a new library strategic plan. Libraries are given the option to do a 3 to 5 year plan. So in 2010, we identified we're going to do a 5-year strategic plan. And what is a strategic plan? It's an assessment of where we are and where we want to be in the next 5 years. So to do that work, we developed community meetings. We spoke with community stakeholders, spoke with library staff at the time, and surveyed our citizens that came into the library. We collected all that data, and we developed our next 5-year plan. With that strategic plan came a new mission statement, and that mission statement was, the Victoria Public Library supports and nurtures readers of all ages, accessing information, satisfying curiosity, and celebrating the diverse heritage and cultures of our community. As you can see, it's a little bit shorter, but in the practice that we had, there is our strategic priorities built into the mission statement. So you'll see that many of the goals that we had for the 5 years are stated in this statement. During that 5 years, we saw tremendous success. We identified goals, objectives, and metrics. We met and exceeded most of those, if not all of them. And we saw that this model of identifying a strategic plan with the strategic priorities worked well for us, and the community responded to it. We saw increase in growth in all of our programming. Patron satisfaction was at an all-time high, and they liked what we were doing. We heard from them, and we developed all of our services and programs of what we heard. Because of this 5 years and the success of it, we knew why change something that doesn't need to be fixed. So we knew that we had to build upon the plan that we already had. So again, in 2016, we were tasked to develop the next 5-year plan. With that, we also added a new component with everything else, with the surveys, the community stakeholder meetings. We were trained in a method called community conversations. What that means is we were tasked to get out into the community and meet people where they were, whether it was a mom's group, whether it was I think we even went into some high school English classes. Anywhere where people met, we wanted to get invited. And we asked them questions like, what do you see? what do you see Victoria as, and how do you see the library fitting in there, and where would you see potentially some opportunity for us to help out? So with that plan, we developed our next plan. And with that, again, here is the new mission statement. Again, this is a reflection of our 5-year strategic plan, where we want to go from there. Victoria Public Library encourages a love of reading and a commitment to literacy, provides materials and services that satisfy curiosity and stimulates imagination, develops programs that encourage the expression of creativity, and utilizes technology to support collaboration. Again, these do have our priorities in it during that 5 years. What we didn't know in 2016, after identifying the metrics and all of our goals that we were going to meet, we didn't realize that we were going to have a hurricane, a pandemic, and a freeze. So we learned from that, you know what, did we meet those goals? How can you meet goals attending a library program when the library couldn't have humans inside? But we saw that when the library opened back up, people kept continuing to use us. So we knew this service model still worked for us. So that means just as long as we stayed to the mission and stayed to our priorities, we were going to continue to produce good programs and services. So we kind of let up on meeting those goals, those metrics, and things like that. So we learned some things. In 2022, we had some exciting news. We had our library's very first ever master plan. And we were grateful in that all the work we've ever put into our strategic plan, it was already going to be done within the master plan process. Maureen Art met with several community members. She went out into, I think she did some Zoom meetings in high schools. She met at Senior Citizen Center. She worked with the Library Advisory Board, the Friends of the Library Board, and many elected officials and stakeholders to get their input on the master plan. So we were able to collect that data, but we had a few other things that we had to think of now. We realized that we are one department of a really big organization. And Comprehensive Plan 2035, it's about enhancing livability, amongst other things. But we had to see how the library best fit in all the things. With our newly master plan, and again, we did community surveys and online surveys, and we had a tremendous success in response to those surveys. So we had a lot of data. The Downtown Master Plan, the Comprehensive Plan 2035, and then we did reach out to the Library Advisory Board in November 2023 to just get their feedback on some questions about just different questions when it was come time to develop the mission statement, I'm sorry. So we had a lot of data to go through and again, just added to what we were already doing. This does not work this does not look the way it's supposed to. My apologies. So right here was where we were recognizing the 4 strategic priorities that we identified in the master plan for our new strategic plan. Again, this is our 5 years. We have a master plan, which is a 20 to 30 year plan, but how are we gonna get there? So we identified, again, like the way we do in best practices, we identified 4 priorities, and they are improving access and technology, foster community awareness and support, inspire personal development, and serve as a community anchor. In these, hopefully he gets it going, because what I wanted to show is that okay, there it is. I wanted to just do a little dive into what those things mean when it comes to those priorities, what it means for the library. These activities include, but are not limited to, expanding the physical and digital collections, providing more computers and hotspot access. Our hotspot circulating program is very popular. Our hotspots are always checked out, and our hold list is very long. And improving 3D printer access. We now have 2 3D printers, and the community has responded so well to that, and they keep our printers busy. Some of the things that I wanted to highlight, notable things throughout history that we've always done when it came to improving access and technology. In 1998 was the very first launch of internet access made available in the library. In 2001, we closed off the main street entrance to the library and created a computer lab. The funds were made possible by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and we were able to host computer classes in there. And you gotta think about it, at that time, not a lot of people had desktop computers at home. So we were very popular. I was here, so I remember that. And in 2007, we introduced wireless internet access. and became available in the library. Since that time, our Wi-Fi reaches in the parking lot and in the overflow parking. So patrons that don't want to come in but still need access, they can do that from their vehicle. In 2010, we added our first e-book and e-audio collection. So this was big. We always had a physical collection, but this was us introducing e-materials. And then in 2024 was our launch to our Anytime Pickup Locker, which again provided access to our collection 24/7. Fostering community awareness and support. What that means is hosting 70+ informational booths and outreach events every year. Most of the time we get invited to events, we say yes as much as we can. Forming partnerships with 35 and growing local businesses and organizations, creating and developing a partnership coordinating position. I want to start off with that one. That partnership, development and partnership position. Since we hired her in 2022, we've been able to procure over $43,000 in grants, and we received 2 Library of Excellence Awards, and we've streamlined our volunteer program. We've partnered with Victoria County Schools and educational facilities around the area. We've seen over 1,800 students, and these are students that we've seen through our library tours and through our the different events at schools that we've been able to go to, open houses, and we've been able to talk to students and tell them about library services and the resources that we have for them. In 2023, VISD reached out to us and said, "Can we host our pre-K spectacular at the library?" Absolutely. That 80 participants was just the students. It wasn't the family members, the parents and caregivers and rest of the family members that came to that event. So it was a very large and well-attended event. And they said, this was the most we've ever seen. What a great turnout. In 2024, Victoria County Health Department, the Family First Advisory Committee reached out to us and said, "Can we host our Dr. Seuss Day at the library?" Again, yes. They saw 237 participants, and the first 200 kiddos to walk through the door got a free book. So those are just some examples how we strive to foster community awareness and support. Inspire personal development. Our genealogy, history, health, and creative workshops and programs. Our digital literacy training. As you all know, we are in our 3rd year with partnership with Goodwill of South Texas, where they teach Victoria residents job readiness skills and how to use computers, things like that, to get them ready for the workforce. And we offer literacy, creativity, and STEM learning programs. These are offerings that we do throughout the year, always. Some notable things throughout history that I'd like to just highlight is since 1975, we host 2 to 4 story times in the library per week. We also have a partnership with 6 daycares in the community where we go out to them and do story times there. In 2019, we heard from the community. They said, "Y'all do so much stuff for children and young adult. We're ready to learn stuff too." So we developed our adult programming team that has been geared specifically to those genealogy, history, health, creative programs. And since 2019, even though with the pandemic, we've seen a tremendous growth in popularity with the community. And in 2022, we added the 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program. This is to help parents and caregivers with that literacy challenge to help them get their kiddo ready for the first day of school. We do have the summer reading program, which is on June and July, but the 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten is all year round. And these just highlight just how it's continuous, and we always will help with school readiness and lifelong literacy and learning. Serve as a community anchor where people can meet, study together, get creative, and connect with community free of charge. What does that mean? Since 1975, we've always provided access with space, materials for learning, creativity, free of charge. People come into the library all the time. How much is a library card? They're free. We have over 300 programs a year. How much is it to attend your programs? It's free. Do I need to have anything to bring? No, we provide all materials for all the programs free of charge. In 2020, we were able to receive a CARES grant to create Meeting Room A. We saw a need that people needed a space to meet, whether to meet for business, meet for educational purposes. In Meeting Room A, we have a smart board and technology for video conferencing. And since 2020, that is a very popular room and gets used almost as much as the Bronte room, which is a lot. In 2022, we realized very soon that the community just wants to use the space of the library. So we had to add a reservation software. Since our installation of the software, we've seen 3,000 reservations made for the meeting spaces in the room. Half of that is probably all of our programs and service offerings, but the community does use the room just as much, and it continues to grow. So again, these are our strategic priorities that we have identified for the next 5 years. And with that, we were developing that mission statement to wrap around these priorities. So just to highlight, just to circle back to the 2017 to 2023, our mission statement, the previous one was Victoria Public Library encourages a love of reading and a commitment to literacy, provides materials and services that satisfy curiosity and stimulates imagination, develops programs that encourage the expression of creativity, and utilizes technology to support collaboration. And again, many of our strategic priorities are built into this mission statement. The February 2024 mission statement was stated as, our mission is to enhance our community's well-being by providing a welcoming space that prioritizes access to technology and resources, fostering strong community support, inspiring personal development, and serving as a reliable anchor for our diverse community. When we did this practice, again, I just wanted to highlight that we built in our priorities in there. It was never our intent to eliminate reading and literacy from our practices, but we were with the direction of city management and council. We were asked to go back and get back to looking at it, and we did. And this is a revised statement after a little bit more work. The Victoria Public Library supports lifelong literacy by providing a welcoming space, services, and programs that prioritize access to technology and resources, fostering community support for learning, reading, and personal development, and serving as a reliable anchor for the diverse heritage and culture of our community. So what we were hoping to do here is update our new strategic priorities, but add in those components that really worked for our community, and this is what it is now. So thank you all for the opportunity to allow me to just talk about and speak to the work that goes into creating a mission statement, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Any questions that anyone has?
I like the new mission statement.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you for including the literacy, but I understand why some of those words were chosen in regards to your vision for the library. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Berger. Very much appreciate it. I know a lot of work went into that, and we appreciate. I think it was understood that literacy and reading was always part of the library. But certainly, I think we highlight that in this new mission statement, which I very much like, and I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you all.
Certainly.
I appreciate comments from citizens in regard to that, bringing that up as well.
Oh, I agree, absolutely. And I think literacy was important to be included in there, and I agree 100%, so thank you. All right. That concludes then city manager's report. Next on the agenda is item E1, which is approve, adopt a code of conduct for elected officials and code of conduct for appointed officials. There is a point that needs to be discussed with the city attorney on this matter, and so we will take what I hope will be a very short, go into a very short executive session, and then we will re-adjourn the open session to have a public discussion on this. So it is now 7:23. and we will adjourn into executive session with the intent to resume the public meeting and take up this item.
Mayor, can you clarify that the public can stay here because you will be the ones to leave? Which I know
Absolutely.
is not normally what happens, but in this instance, that's.
Absolutely. No, you guys stay here. We're kicking ourselves out, and we will be back shortly. So again, it's 7:23, and we will move into executive session.
The council will recess for executive session on the 14th day of May 2024 at 7:23. Subject matter is as follows: Texas Government Code 551.071.
All right, we are back in session. It is 8:21. Rejoining the public meeting after a brief executive session. And so we will take up the two items in section E, and we'll begin with item E1. And Ms. Lacey, I believe that you had a brief presentation based on not only the drafts that were presented to council, but also council's feedback on some of those that we want to go through publicly so that the citizens, and I'm sorry, I'm looking for the right one, citizens understand what the feedback from council 100% was. So anyway, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present two codes of conduct. One is for the elected officials and one is for appointed officials. This project began in the fall of 2023 when several council members recognized that codes of conduct were growing as a best practice amongst governmental entities. In my research, what I discovered was that most cities, whether big or small, generally use similar standards when adopting such policies. In fact, the majority of the language that you will find in the policies presented this evening is mirrored by policies set by the city of Bryan. I want to thank Mayor Crocker for his collaboration on the development of these policies and all of council for their input along the way. I know that this is an issue that's important to everyone. I would also like to make note that the city has multiple boards and commissions which serve our community. The appointed official policy is meant to encompass all of those boards and commissions which are comprised of many of our citizens. And I would like to go through each policy one by one with some suggested changes. As you know, the drafts that were attached to the agenda were meant to be drafts. I'm aware that there's citizen concern. I'm aware that there's board and county commissioner, back that up, board and commissioner member concern, as well as some questions and some current concerns from city council. And so I've got some suggested changes that if y'all want to make an amendment this evening to those policies, and I'm willing to, and more than happy to discuss your questions and your comments and your concerns.
May I ask, just as a procedural matter, do you want us to have that discussion and ask those questions as you go through each one, or do you want to go through your suggested changes and then we go back to those?
I think just so that I can keep track of everything, it would be a lot easier if I could go through those, present those to you quickly, and then if I can go sit down so I can write them down so that April and I can easily keep track of them, because I don't want to lose anything if, as we go forward. Does that okay?
That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with the elected officials policy. So I'm going to recommend a change in section 1 titled Act in the Public Interest. And at the end of the first sentence, I'm going to suggest that you make an amendment so that it reads, recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern, members will work for the greater common good of the people of Victoria and not for any private or personal gain. And as you'll see, that language is mirrored up in the preamble. There was some concern that originally it had said private or personal interest, and that seemed to imply more of a financial aspect to that. And I think the expectation is that with the word gain, it's not just private or personal gain of an elected official, but it could also be not just financial. It could also be something as simple as they don't make decisions based on what could be good for a family member or a friend or their gain. So I think that better encapsulates the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish by mirroring the language up in the preamble. So that's suggestion number 1 on the elected officials. On the next page, on section 3, conduct of members, I recommend that you make an amendment striking the entire first sentence. That you amend the second sentence to read, members are expected to refrain, and that you strike the last couple of words in that same sentence that read both publicly and in private. So I recommend that amendment read, members are expected to refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, the staff, or citizens, period. Amendment number 3, it would be in the next paragraph, respect the process. I suggest that you amend the last word of the first sentence to be designees as opposed to designee. As we all know, there are multiple designees that represent the city manager within the city, within the various departments, and I think that makes it a little bit easier for everyone to communicate. Going down, if you go to the next page, on section 14, the policy role of members. Towards the bottom, it is the second to last sentence that begins with requests. I would recommend that you change or amend that sentence to read, requests for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed through the city manager or his designees. Again, opening up that, that line of communication and between council members and the city manager's designees.
Could this be or designees? Because it could be we could
It's
have
a
a
her.
her instead of a his.
Or
His or her designees.
Yeah. if
His
his
or
slash
her.
Oh, okay, sure. And then on the fourth page, section 19, we realized that there was a little bit of limiting language in that, and so I would recommend an amendment to that so that it reads, members shall speak only for themselves, clearly stating that it is only their opinion when speaking to the media, and shall notify the city's public information office or the city manager's office. And I think that speaks to the fact that one of the processes within the city as an organization is that the PIO is who communicates generally with the media, and they help the staff and the departments do so. And obviously, reaching out to the city manager's office will get you, will facilitate that communication as well. So those are my recommended amendments to this document that is for the elected officials at this time. I would like to then jump over to the appointed officials, and then we can go back and then go through each of those individually, and y'all can, if y'all want to comment on them or change other things.
Okay.
Okay, so for the appointed official policy, again, in section 1, under act in the public interest, I would recommend that you, again, amend the language in the first sentence to read "and not for any private or personal gain," just as in the other policy. On the next page, section 3, similar to what I recommended for the elected official policy, strike that first sentence in its entirety. Amend the second sentence to read, members are expected to refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of the members of council, boards, and commissions, the staff, or citizens, and then end that sentence there and delete the public or private. Section 4, I recommend you amend the first sentence to read city manager designees, plural. Skipping over to the next page, down to what is section 14 in this policy, would be, again, the same as in the other policy, request for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed through the city manager or his or her designees. Section 17 on the last page, titled Social Media. I would suggest amending the first sentence to read, with maintenance and use of personal web pages, blogs, and social networking sites when recognizing or presenting oneself as an appointed official. To clarify that it is, there is a difference between personal and public social media. We all understand that. But the importance of, if you're going to comment on something or hold yourself out as an elected official or an appointed official, that there are certain ramifications that could potentially come from that. But I think that clarifies that a little bit. The next paragraph, section 18, I'm recommending an amendment that will suggest that now reads, members shall only speak for themselves, clearly stating that it is only their opinion when speaking to the media and are expected to notify their respective board staff designee. I think that one of the concerns is that the goal of the policy is to stop our boards and commissions from speaking publicly on matters of concern, matters of criticism. And I think that that's not the intent of this, that's not the intent of city council, and that's not the intent of these policies. And I think that adding an expected versus a shall makes it clear what council's expectations are, but doesn't necessarily set a requirement on your appointees to boards and commissions to do or not do something. And that's my last recommended amendment for the appointed official, but I'm happy to discuss both of them. If you'll give me 1 second to sit down and grab a pen so I can track all the changes for y'all.
Fair enough.
I'd like to make a motion to table both of these items until we have the full council, because it is going to affect the 2 new council members, and I wouldn't want for somebody to impose something on me that I was not aware of. And that's my motion.
Okay. So before the dais, it is a motion to table,
Second.
and I've got a second. Any discussion? I will just say that, well, I certainly understand Ms. Elise, your concern. I will say that this was a process that started, at least by my view, was started by the people that are sitting on the dais right now.
I understand.
This was our project. This was something that we tasked the city attorney's office to do, and something that I think, to me, it makes sense for the people that started this project to be people that sees this project through to completion. Certainly, anyone else is welcome to.
Well,
With all due
weigh in.
respect, I understand your opinion, but the 2 new council members are going to have to help enforce this and abide by it.
Right, and they will have to enforce and abide by, quite frankly, anything that we've passed over the course of the last 10 years, 20 years. I mean, we're enforcing policies that were put in place by council from 20 years ago. I don't think that's unusual in city or local governance.
I feel like this is very contentious, and if I were about to come on this council, I feel like I would wish that this had been taken care of, so that this is not the first agenda, something to tackle. So, I mean, I'm not in favor of tabling it. I don't know if that discussion is appropriate, but I'm ready to move forward on it.
I would like to move forward too. I don't think there's any reason to table it. If the 2 new members have some issue with it, they can bring it up and we'd be happy to discuss it. This thing could be subject to change in the future. We change things all the time, but I think what's in there is appropriate. I don't have a problem with it.
I think that the issues of stifling free speech have been addressed. I do believe that code of conduct and how we hold ourselves and address others is talked about in here, and I've seen enough on other meetings in other cities that I'm sure that they probably wish they would have had a code at that time. And I'm not saying, as it was alluded to out there in the audience, that we get along very well. There's a level of decorum that we've always used. Not maybe a decade ago that may have been a little bit different. However, at this point, it is good. But I'd see that, doesn't mean that that's going to be the case going forward, and I don't know that. But I'd much rather be proactive than reactive, looking at how some institutions tend to conduct themselves. And so I see this as a guideline. Is it open to adjustments or amendments later down the line? Yeah, it's a living, breathing document, I guess, and can be. But I don't see anything in here that would make it so that I don't feel comfortable passing something like that at this time.
And I'm still not clear if I, as an elected official, have the right to communicate with the Victoria Police Officers Association. the
Okay.
Victoria Fire.
So, and I don't want to cut you off, but let's deal with the motion that's before the dais right now,
Well, I
which
thought
is,
that's what we're doing.
no, which is the motion to table. So is there any other comment or discussion on motion to table? And if I overstepped, I apologize. If your comment was related to that, then please continue.
Well, it's the reason why I would like it tabled.
Then I apologize. I misunderstood what you were saying there. Please go ahead.
I'm still not clear if I can speak to a representative of the Victoria Police Officers Association who needs a representation right now. We have a major issue with police officers coming here for training, and a year and a half, they're gone, and it costs the city a lot of money. We have a lot of new officers. Anyway, that's a different story, but then can I talk to somebody, a representative of the Victoria Firefighters Association that needs a lot of attention? Can I speak to a county commissioner away from here? What about the VEDC? What about the VCAD, the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization? What about the Golden Crescent Regional Planning Commissioner? I'm still not clear that I can speak to them without being punished.
I think that clarity is provided in the document, quite honestly, and I don't see anything in the document that would punish you, but that's my opinion, my understanding, Ms. Lacey.
I think my question would be, Councilman De La Garza, can you point out what in the document gives you the impression that you can't do that? And maybe we
Well,
can
the communication that we have
clarify
to
that.
go through Jesus first and his designees.
Which number?
If I violate that, does that mean I'm going to be chastised or punished or for wanting the truth, for going to the source that, hey, if a police officer says, hey, there's an issue here, and the Victoria Police Officers Association would like to speak with you, I mean, I should have the right to speak to them.
You know, disagree. May I ask you which number specifically you're looking at?
Is it the conduct of the,
Number.
or conduct business in open? Is that what it is, where it says?
Are you talking about number 4? Members shall communicate to staff through the city manager.
Yes, there you go.
City manager designee. And feeling like that keeps you from being able to talk to anybody about anything without.
Yes. And that's one. And second, I still don't have a clarity on the Open Meetings Act. I've got some opinions, and they're conflicting. According to what I've researched, is under the Home Rule Amendment of the Texas Constitution. However, a municipality cannot adopt an ordinance that conflicts with or is inconsistent with state law.
And I don't believe we've done that, and I believe that is the city attorney's opinion as well.
And the third thing is, we allow for public comment. We were elected by our constituents to be their voice concerning things like this. So we've made changes tonight. Some I agreed with and some I didn't.
Well, in clarity, we haven't changed anything at this point. We're
changed the
we're
wording.
considering
Exactly.
this document.
Right, which
So
has
nothing's
changed.
been decided at this point. I mean, I just want to be clear on that. I don't want to mislead people that are watching this that there's been changes made by council, because there has not been. This is under consideration right now for this very dialogue.
Okay, but the motion was made to table, so we're.
Yeah,
kinda-
well, let's call that vote,
Yeah,
and
I
then
think-
we'll continue to talk. Is that
Okay,
okay,
so-
Mr. Mayor, point of order?
That's fine. The vote has been called on the motion to table action on item E1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The motion fails
Okay.
2 in favor, 4 opposed.
So we'll now.
Now,
Continue.
yes.
Please.
And to be clear, Mayor, just for a few minutes from now, the item E1 has 2 separate resolutions attached. So when it does come time to vote on either of those, they will be 2 separate votes. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, no, thank you for reminding me of that. Okay. So then taking up item E1 then, and if we took it in the order of Ms. Lacey's presentation, we would be looking at the code of conduct for elected officials first. So
So we have a draft before us, and I'd like to address item number 3 on the draft for elected officials.
as would I, yes.
So let me get to it also. I would make a motion that we amend the draft before us in 3 ways. That we remove the first sentence completely, that we make a change to the second sentence, changing members shall to members are expected to, and in that same sentence, we remove the ending both publicly and in private, so that I will read what I would propose that the entirety say. Number 3, conduct of members. Members are expected to refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, the staff, or citizens. Members should dedicate themselves to the highest ideals of honor and integrity in all relationships.
So we have a motion then to amend item 3 of the code of conduct for elected officials. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? I would like to start a discussion, if that's acceptable to council, from the standpoint that, this item 3, as well as the one in the appointed officials, and I'll kind of speak globally in my comments, was one of the things that I specifically had issue with and discussed with the city attorney based upon this draft. I certainly am in no way of the opinion that council has the ability or should have the ability or even make the attempt to squelch speech, to tell people what they can and cannot talk about, whether publicly or in the privacy of their own homes. That is not our purview. I don't want there to be any question about whether or not some code that we put in place that's meant to pass along our expectations would in any way prohibit someone from questioning a policy, from being critical of an elected official, from being critical of a appointed official. To the point that I don't think we ought to have policies that tell people what they can say, when they can say it, because that's not, quite frankly, the country we live in. I think one interpretation of this paragraph would absolutely have done that, which created issues for me. I think as amended, if we knock out the word shall and we go to are expected to, that now we've gone from telling people what they can and cannot do, which I don't think we ought to be doing in this venue, but telling people what our expectations are on that. And those expectations are simply that we don't expect that public officials in this instance, or appointed officials or elected officials and appointed officials, will engage in abusive conduct, personal charges, verbal attacks, et cetera. And I think that's entirely appropriate for an organization. So that's, nothing about this should be an infringement upon First Amendment rights, and I think that is a very well-placed amendment. I appreciate you making that, because I think it does address that concern, at least that I have.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I have to jump in. I don't think that there was a first and a second made on this document to begin with in order to be making the, you have to make a first and a second to just, for the document, and then you make the amendments, and then you come back and vote on the amendments, and then vote on the document as amended.
Thank you for keeping me in line. Yes, you are correct. You're correct.
That's why I asked if I could sit down so I could
So-
keep track
so-
of everything.
I was not thinking of it that way. I was going to amend this document.
Amended,
but-
and then I understand, yeah.
So let's do this then. Let's come back to that item, and I'll entertain any motions to adopt this document, and then we'll talk about, and this is the resolution establishing a code of conduct for elected officials, and then we can talk about any amendments.
I move we adopt the resolution establishing a code of conduct for elected officials.
I second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that?
Are we
Yes.
going to touch each item separately, or are you going to put it all as one vote?
Well, I think I'd like to have discussion, and in that discussion, I'll make a motion similar to the one I just made, so that we would vote on that particular change.
Ms. Lacey,
then
may I
go
ask
on.
this, would it be your preference that we adopt this document and then adopt amendments? Or would it be your
No, I'm
preference?
just asking because.
No,
I didn't
no,
know-
I'm,
Oh, you're asking Allison, okay.
yeah, I'm asking Allison.
I think that the simplest, well, there is no simple way to do it with this
No,
many
ma'am, there's not.
amendments. But I think that the best way forward would be, you've already opened the discussion for the document. Now, if you would like to make a recommendation for an amendment, vote on that, and then I think that those amendments will then basically be tracked back into the document, and then you will vote to adopt the document as amended as a whole.
Okay, all right.
So
It's
would
a lot
number
of-
one be first?
I'm sorry?
Number one, wouldn't it be first?
Oh,
Why did we start
It
at
could
three?
be.
You're
It
gonna have
could
to,
be.
you're gonna have to do it as an amendment.
I just jumped in.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
she
if
jumped
you're
in.
going to do something in order, do it in the order that is being
Well, she
presented,
already
I would
made-
think.
Well, we can come back and pick up one. I think it was just an oversight on Ms. Scott's part that there was a recommended amendment on one. But we'll get back to that, I'm certain.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was overly enthusiastic about changing number 3.
So then getting back to the motion and the second that was made by Ms. Scott in terms of amendments to item number 3. I have made comments on that. Are there any other questions?
Should I make it again, or is the record okay the way it is?
For your amendment for section 3, yeah, I would just go ahead and make it again, just to be
Make it
clear
again.
on the record.
Okay.
So,
So,
okay, I have a question. Are we voting on the amendment? Are we voting on the resolution? It's-
The amendment.
it'll be
Amendment.
the
She has
amendment.
to,
Okay,
she has to bring it up again.
You'll make it clear when we're voting on the actual document. Right. Okay, so I make a motion that we amend number 3 of the resolution establishing code of conduct for elected officials by removing the first line entirely, by changing members shall to members are expected to, and ending that sentence, removing the words both publicly and in private, so that the entire section would read 3, conduct of members. Members are expected to refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, the staff, or citizens. Members should dedicate themselves to the highest ideals of honor and integrity in all relationships.
So we have a motion for an amendment to item 3. Is there a second to that motion? We've got a motion and a second to the amendment to item 3. I will not restate my comments because I think they've already been made. And ask if there's any other comments to be made on or discussion related to this amendment motion.
I have a comment on number 3, abusive conduct, personal
I'm
charges.
I'm sorry, this is not a public discussion, Ms.
The
Eller.
agenda says that any item on this agenda shall be considered a public hearing.
I'm sorry, Ms. Eller, this is not a public discussion. I
Okay.
appreciate your comments, but
Okay,
thank
thank you.
So if there's no further discussion then on the amendment to item 3 of the resolution establishing a code of conduct for elected officials, I will ask for the vote. All in favor to the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Abstain.
I abstain.
2 abstentions? Okay. So the amendment to item 3 passes with 4 in favor and 2 abstentions. Okay.
Ms. Solis, did you want to take the amendment to number 1, or do you want one of us to?
No, I just wanted to know why you skipped that one.
I just jumped into it, I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine.
Shall I go on?
You want to take it?
Yeah, that's fine.
You want, okay, I'd like to move that we amend number 1 of the resolution establishing code of conduct for elected officials by removing, by changing the ending sentence to, the ending of the first sentence to private or personal gain. So I'll read the whole thing, that's easier. Number 1, act in the public interest, recognizing the stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern. Recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern, members will work for the greater good of the people of Victoria and not for any private or personal gain. Additionally, they will ensure fair and equal treatment of all persons, claims, and transactions coming before the City of Victoria City Council.
Okay, so I've got a motion to amend item 1 in the code of resolution establishing code of conduct for elected officials. Do I have a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to amend item 1. Any discussion?
Can I say something?
Certainly.
I thought that was supposed to end with the people of Victoria, period, on the first line, because it was up there at the top on the preamble.
See.
That was
If I
my
was
understanding.
unclear on that, I apologize. My recommendation was that that entire paragraph read, recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern. Members will work for the greater common good of the people of Victoria and not for any private or personal gain, period. That was my recommendation.
Okay, but I thought it was, because it was referenced in the preamble, that it was not necessary. That's the way I understood you saying.
Oh, no, it used to say previously in the version attached to the agenda, it reads private or personal interest, and my recommendation was that you made those match.
Okay.
So the preamble states not for personal gain, and what we're doing is we're amending 1 by this motion to match personal gain in the preamble and personal gain in the body of the document, is the way that I understand it. Okay.
And is that last sentence supposed to be in there? I'm not understanding what we're saying.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, it was part of your motion, so.
I know it was, but it's sounding like Ms. Solis is saying that that was not supposed to be.
No.
I think what's supposed to be is whatever's decided at this table right
Right.
here, right now, in public discussion. So I'm not sure where,
Yeah.
what's supposed to be
I'm
is
not
coming
sure
from.
either.
So from that standpoint then, so is there any further discussion on the amendment, the motion for amendment that's before the dais now? Okay, seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor of the amendment, amending item 1 of the resolution establishing a code of conduct for elected officials, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm abstaining.
2 abstentions. Okay? Are there any other amendments that need to be brought before council?
I'd like to amend number 14. Then a request for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed to the city manager or his or her designees.
And that was,
And I would also, in the same one, because I would like to move on a little bit here, on number 19, I'd like it to read, members shall only speak for themselves, clearly stating that it is only their opinion when speaking to the media, and shall notify the city's public information office or the city manager's office. That is my amendment.
I think
Did I?
properly, we should do these amendments one at a time rather than
Why?
join them together, because you may have someone vote yes for one of them and no for one of them.
Okay, then I'll do the first one. His or her designees.
Okay, and the first one you're referring to,
That would be number 14.
section 14.
His or her designees.
Okay. So the motion then, as I understand it, and I want to make sure I'm clear, is that in item 14,
Requests for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed through the city manager or his or her designees.
okay.
A
And that's,
second.
okay, so we've got a motion and a second to amend that sentence within section 14. Is there any discussion on that motion? No? Okay, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Is that a no?
No.
And a-
One no and
And
one
one
abstention. Okay, thank you. Mr. Loftman, would you now like to go to 19?
I'd like to make another amendment. On number 19, I'd like it to read, members, news media inquiries. Members shall only speak for themselves, clearly stating that it is only their opinion when speaking to the media, and shall notify the city's public information office or the city manager's office.
We have a motion with respect to an amendment to item 19. Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second then. Any discussion on that proposed amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstain.
One no, one abstention, 4 ayes. Okay?
I'd like to amend number 4 in the Code of Conduct for Elected Officials. First sentence would be, members shall communicate to staff through the city manager or appropriate designees, making that plural.
So I've got a motion and second to amend item 4 to make designee and the end of the first sentence plural into designees. Is there any discussion on that motion? No? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Abstain.
One no, one abstention. Okay. Any other amendments to be considered to the draft resolution establishing code of conduct for elected officials? Okay. Given that then we have a motion and a second to approve the draft, and we have approved amendments to the draft. So is there any further discussion on approval of the document as amended?
As amended, yes, sir.
Correct.
I'd like to say that it's, in a sense, it saddens me that our society as a whole has come to the point where boards have to elect or adopt codes of conduct for themselves for what I used to consider common decency. But I am seeing so many examples across the country of bad behavior in public meetings that I'm really proud of council for getting ahead of this and saying we intend to continue to be professional. Additionally, though, the more time I've spent in office and also in having had appointments to various boards before I became a council member, I really became aware that to the staff and to the community, there's a perception that I had a power that I didn't have or that I didn't feel that I had. And when I spoke to somebody on staff, that they felt it was kind of like me talking to my uncle. I was scared to death of him, and whatever he said, I did. Well, if I'm an elected official or if I'm an appointed board member and I'm talking to a staff member, they're under that authority. And it creates problems in our city structure, the way our organization is set up. And I think it's a good reminder to all of us and to anybody that we appoint that we have a structure that's in place. We are a city manager-run city. And my communication should go through the city manager. It's his job to work with the staff, and I think it's just important that the public understand that also. And I think this is something that's really important for us to do.
Ms. Scott, I would agree with you that the code of conduct, because of the actions of some public, is probably unnecessary to some degree. But what I don't agree on is voting on something before our constituents have a plan to review it or have a chance to review it. As an elected official by the public, it's my responsibility to answer for them or to them and to be their voice. So tonight we had 31 people speak and only 4 against it. So my opinion is, allow them an opportunity to review it again with the changes, because there were amendments tonight, before I can make a responsible decision. Even if I disagree with the constituents, just like I was elected by the majority. That's just the way it goes, 500 votes to 501 votes. I have an obligation to my constituents and the city of Victoria, every single person, no matter what race, what gender, anything. I have a responsibility to them to give them a chance to review it and to read it and to come back with a second, decision or opinion, and then I can vote on it. So that's why I feel like we need to table it or postpone the vote until the next time. But that was overruled. But that's my opinion, just like you gave yours, is I have a responsibility to the citizens of Victoria to be their voice, even if I disagree with them. I have a responsibility. I was elected by the majority. We had the majority speak tonight, and that's why I feel the way I do.
No, and that's fair, and I appreciate your comments. And I will say this, I share your sense of responsibility, absolutely. I have had numerous emails, I've had numerous phone calls, I've had anonymous messages, I've had all sorts of communication. We had 30-something people step up tonight and express their concerns, the overwhelming majority of which I agreed with the comments in terms of nothing about this document should squelch free speech. I'm 100% on board with that, and I agree with that. I think what the changes that have been proposed to that document address those concerns from the citizens that came here tonight and said, we don't want this to squelch free speech. We want to be able to communicate freely under First Amendment right. And I think what this does by changing it from saying shall to setting it as a expectations is in line with what this council's been saying from day one, is we need to do a better job of communicating our expectations as it relates to ourselves, but also as it relates to appointed members of the board. And I think these amendments address the concerns that I've heard from citizens now. All right. Is there any other comment?
I agree.
No? Any other discussion? Okay, so I believe the motion that's before council at this point is to adopt a resolution establishing the code of conduct for elected officials as amended from the dais tonight. Is that correct, Ms. Lacey?
That is correct.
Okay. And we have a motion and second, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
4 ayes and 2 noes, motion passes. Okay. Moving on then to the second part of section E1, which was a resolution establishing a code of conduct for appointed officials. In following Ms. Lacey's previous discussion, I am not smart, but I'm somewhat coachable. I understand that if we are to look at amendments to this, then we need to have a motion, a second, to approve this, and then move into amendments. Is that correct, Ms. Lacey?
Correct.
Okay.
I move that we adopt the resolution establishing the code of conduct for appointed officials.
I second it.
So I've got a motion, a second, to adopt. Is there any discussion or proposed amendments as part of that discussion?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I move that we amend Section 1 of the resolution regarding appointed officials by changing the word changing the word interests to gain. I think that's really the change, but I'll make it more clear. It would read, recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their primary concern. Members will work for the greater common good of the people of Victoria and not for any private or personal gain. Additionally, they will ensure fair and equal treatment of all persons, claims, and transactions coming before all boards and commissions.
So we have a motion to amend item 1 of the Code of Conduct for appointed officials as stated. Is there a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on this proposed amendment? No? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
So 4 ayes and 2 abstentions. All right. Any other amendments?
I make a motion that we make a significant amendment to number 3, conduct of members.
I'm sorry, he's clarifying that he was a no versus a.
I apologize. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Scott.
I make a motion that we amend Section 3 in 3 ways, conduct of members. The first amendment would be to remove the entire first sentence. The second amendment would be to change the word shall after members to members are expected to. And the third would be to end that same sentence with the staff or citizens, period, so that it would read 3, conduct of members. Members are expected to refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, boards and commissions, the staff, or citizens. Members should dedicate themselves to the highest ideals of honor and integrity in all relationships.
So we have a motion for amendment to item 3. Is there a
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Again, I would just say that this amendment, I believe, addresses the concerns that I had related to this and regarding requiring certain behavior or prohibiting certain behavior and instead setting expectations that council may have with respect to board members. So, any other discussion? All right, I'll call the vote on the amendment to item 3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
So that was 4 ayes and
2 abstain.
2 abstains. Okay.
Great. I guess I'll make the motion or the amendment on number 4, respect for the process. If we can add manager designees, so pluralize that.
I second it.
I've got a motion and a
I second
second to amend item 4 to make designee in the first sentence plural. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
2 abstentions. Any other amendments with respect to the resolution establishing code of conduct for appointed officials?
Yes. 14,
Okay.
again, I guess mirroring the previous one. At the end, requests for information, projects, or other actions of city staff shall be directed through the city manager or his/her designees.
Okay, so a motion to amend section 14. Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Were we going to make any changes under conduct of business in open, number 5? Conduct of business in open? I thought we had discussed that.
Do you, I have not discussed that. Do you have a proposed amendment to number 5?
I have markings that we did discuss it.
Yeah, I think that the potential clarification that was not in my original notes, but certainly could be added at this point, was the concern that some boards and commission members are not technically subject to the Open Meetings Act, but they are in fact subject to city code. And I think that there was discussion about adding that language into that particular section that references shall be in compliance with city code. That's a discussion that was had.
Okay, yeah, that they can comply with the city code, but not state Open Meetings Act. Because that hasn't been clarified by the state or attorney general or somebody.
So the,
Because boards are not subject to the Open Meetings Act.
so
The
the,
state Open Meetings Act.
okay.
But they can be subject to a city policy, but that's not how that reads.
Well, some boards and commissions,
Some
some
are.
boards and commissions can be subject to the Texas Open Meetings Act. Yes, sir, that's, some are not. Our city code or our city ordinance requires that all city-appointed board and commission members, and I have it right here, I can read you the language of it, shall comply with the standards for open meetings as prescribed by state law.
Standards, yes.
Standards, yes, i.e. the procedures set in place. It's not meant to it's not meant to say that they are necessarily subject to the state law in terms of penalties and criminal charges and all that mess. It's just saying that they're required to follow those procedures, and that if they don't, then that violates our city code, not that it violates state code for them.
So does that read appropriately now, or does it need to be amended?
My interpretation of that is that that specific sentence deals with discussions by boards and commissions, okay? So the subject matter of that sentence is discussion. All discussion of city business, whether in person or electronically, shall be in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. I believe that to be accurate from the standpoint that the city ordinance mirrors that says that the conduct of meetings, which would by implication include these discussions, would be in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. I don't see a need to amend it, but, you know, obviously open to discussion on that.
Even though I think I read this in there, under the Home Rule Amendment of the Texas Constitution, however, a municipality cannot adopt an ordinance that conflicts with or is inconsistent with state law.
Right.
It doesn't conflict.
I don't believe our ordinance in any way conflicts with state law. It states that boards and commissions will comply with the provisions of the Open Meetings Act. It doesn't say that they are subject to the penalties of the Open Meetings Act. What they would be subject to is the penalties of the ordinance. And so those are two different things.
Exactly. I still would feel comfortable if we got an interpretation from the state Attorney General's office.
And that is your purview. I am very comfortable with the opinion that we've received from Ms. Lacey. But, so is there an amendment do you have an amendment to Section 5?
Well, the way it reads, it doesn't say the standards. It says it's compliance with the Open Meetings Act, which assumes that's the state Open Meetings Act, not just follow the standards as Ms. Lacey said.
And maybe that's a fair clarification to the point, is that to add the language to mirror city
Language.
code. Yeah, and just have it read in compliance with the, as our code says, standards for open meetings as prescribed by state law.
I'm fine with that.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion, as I understand it, is to amend, let me make my notes real quick. So the motion then is to amend Section 5 of the Code of Conduct for appointed officials, specifically the first sentence, to read, "All discussions of city business, whether in person or electronically, shall be in compliance with
The standards
the standards for open meetings
act.
As established.
Correct?
as established by state law."
As prescribed.
As prescribed, I'm sorry, as
If you
prescribed.
would like for it to mirror our ordinance.
Okay.
What are those standards? Oh, I'm sorry, we need a second before.
So the motion to amend item, first sentence of item 5 is on the table. Do I have a second?
Second it.
I've got a motion and a second. All right, is there any discussion or questions on that?
Yeah, what are the standards prescribed by the what's it, the standards?
It
That's
says
just
states in the law.
The procedures.
the procedures.
And so, Ms. Lacey, can you read the ordinance one more time? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, sure. So our ordinance currently reads, "All members of boards and commissions of the city who are appointed by city council shall comply with the standards for open meetings as prescribed by state law for members of governmental bodies."
Okay.
So that there's transparency.
Certainly, that's the intent behind it, absolutely.
Right. And this just brings it in.
Right. We stated before that our ordinance is very clear that boards and commissions would comply with those provisions of the Open Meetings Act. So, all right. Any other discussion? All right. I've got a motion and a second amendment to item 5 of the Code of Conduct for appointed officials. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
One abstention. Okay.
Yeah, we did that already.
And then,
Tired.
All right.
14.
want
Do
to
14?
amend number 7.
According to my notes, Ms. Lacey had 2 other proposed amendments.
Did we do 14?
It's 14. Did we do 14?
Sections,
Did we
I
do
recommended changing language in 17 and 18.
Right.
17 and 18.
14?
17.
17 and 18, right. I'd like to make a motion that we amend number 17 of the resolution establishing code of conduct for appointed officials by adding in the first sentence the words "when recognizing or presenting oneself as," in accordance with Ms. Lacey's recommendation. And so that first sentence would read, "social media with maintenance and use of personal web pages, blogs, and social networking sites, comma, when recognizing or presenting oneself as an appointed official, requires that content of any postings on those sites shall not be in violation of existing city bylaws, policies, directives, rules, or regulations."
All right, so I've got a motion to amend the first sentence of item 17.
I second it.
I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? I will add that, or say this, I think this amendment is important from the standpoint that, again, it goes to, on social media, it's so easy to cross a line between it's me posting as an individual or me posting as a member of this board or me posting as, an elected official. We've seen numerous instances where that has happened. I mean, I believe that's happened even with elected bodies here in Victoria, where there were issues about whether or not posts that were made on social media were done in an individual capacity or in a representative capacity. I think the intent of this, at least in my mind, is to make sure that appointed officials understand that distinction and are very careful about when they do post on social media. And certainly it's a reminder for all of us, as it was included in the other, in the other document, so.
Kind of goes back to that same thing. You feel like you haven't changed, but you have a different persona that other people perceive. And
I think it's just, again, I think it's just a reminder to be careful in what capacity one is posting, so.
Yeah.
Social
Particularly how
media,
you present yourself.
right.
Right,
Social media is a
right.
wonderful thing until it's not. So,
Duane Crocker can have an opinion. Duane Crocker, the mayor, can still have an opinion. However, Duane Crocker, the mayor, is held to a different standard than Duane Crocker, the citizen.
Certainly, certainly, and it goes to other parts of this.
So you
that
can
says-
still have your opinion, is what I'm saying.
And it goes to other parts of this. It says
Just
that,
don't
you
define
know,
yourself and
Are you
present.
making a comment based upon a representation of council, or are you making a comment based upon your personal opinion? And certainly, both of those things are allowed. You just have to make sure that you delineate those appropriately. So, all right, so we have a motion and a second on the amendment to the first sentence of section 17. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Same.
All right, the motion passes. I believe the only other recommended change from the city attorney's office was to item 18.
Yes, sir.
18.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we amend item 18 of the resolution establishing code of conduct for appointed officials by adding at the end of that sentence, and are expected to notify their respective boards, staff designee, so that the entire thing would read, news media inquiries, members shall only speak for themselves, comma, clearly stating that it is only their opinion when speaking to the media, and are expected to notify their respective boards, staff designee.
okay, I've got a motion to modify then section 18. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the proposed modification?
So the clarification is they speak to their board staff designee, not necessarily a city administrator, i.e. City manager or any designee.
Correct, correct. And my understanding, you know, and this goes to the communication chain, if you will, is that each board has an assigned staff member, if you will, and typically the head of the department. Mr. Garza, tell me where I go wrong here. That is their real contact
That's
person.
a
It's the person they have the
spokesperson,
most
yes.
interaction with. It's the
And I
person
agree with you.
that, you know, participates in their meetings. And this is intended to designate that as the individual that they would be expected to notify, so.
And I think the idea behind that is if boards and commissions, members, had the expectation that they were supposed to, expected to report certain things to a certain person, then it's a better way to ensure that that information doesn't get somehow lost in the process. Because, if they were to find just say they called up to Parks, and whoever answered the phone, they said, hey, just want to let you know XYZ things. Well, that person is not necessarily the person who then is supposed to communicate that to PIO or to the city manager. And I think that that's just a way of ensuring that information and transparency travels through the correct channels. If everyone knows, if XYZ happens, the expectation is that you let so-and-so know.
And not only through the correct channels, it travels through the channels.
Yes.
So that there's a coordination in terms of the fantastic job that Ashley and her team do in the PIOs, so that the message that's put out there is complete, it's accurate, it has information. And I find coordination with PIO to be extremely helpful. And I think at the end of the day, there's a much better and much clearer presentation to media because of Ashley and her team's involvement. So I think it's a very helpful thing, not only for the individual board member, but also for the city as a whole. So, all right, I believe we have a motion and a second then. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
All right. Are there any other amendments to be proposed to the resolution establishing a code of conduct for appointed officials? Okay, with none then, we have a motion and a second before council for approval of a resolution establishing a code of conduct for appointed officials as amended. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. No. Sorry. 2 noes.
Okay. Very good. So moving on then to item E2.
Let me just say that I appreciated the comments, and I was taking notes of them, and I'm very pleased that our city attorney had some recommendations for those very comments. And to the extent that some people shared their concerns ahead of time, I appreciated it. It made the process a little easier.
And certainly, I think the comments, at least as I understand it, that came to the city attorney's office after we all received the draft and went through it, were very much in line with what we heard tonight, in public comment, conversations I've had with citizens, emails I've received that, had some concerns about some of the language that I 100% shared. So I think we've addressed that. So, all right, thank you. Ms. Lacey, item E2.
Do you need to read it, April? I can. I'm sorry, I didn't last time, so. Item E2 is a resolution approving the bylaws for the Library Advisory Board.
For our final item tonight, before you are the proposed updated bylaws for the Library Advisory Board. To echo Mayor Crocker's earlier statement, the process of updating certain city board and commission bylaws began in 2020 with the Parks Commission bylaws. This process was continued in 2022 with the Tourism Advisory Board bylaws. And the bylaws before you are the last in that process to complete the effort that began over 4 years ago. You each received a draft attached to the agenda, and I will be happy to answer any questions regarding the bylaws.
Any questions for Ms. Lacey on the bylaws? Okay.
Yes, I do have one.
I'm sorry?
I do have one.
Okay.
Okay. Under the membership, we have 4 members from the County Commissioners Court. Right now, we have 2 of those absent. Are we going to vote on those before we do the bylaws?
I'm sorry?
Okay.
I don't understand the question. I got to be honest with you.
I don't understand either.
I guess I'm going to not be speaking English tonight, okay? There's 11 board members, right? 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 2 of them right now. There's 2 positions that are open. Are we going to vote for those before we do the bylaws?
The
The
members?
2 empty positions.
You're talking about the county appointees?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are appointed by the county.
I realize that. So we are going to vote on bylaws with not having a full board. I'm just saying, is that kosher or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just question.
And I believe that,
If I could say, it's
Yeah.
the county's responsibility to fill those positions. We don't get a vote on filling.
So are those
their-
going to be filled before May, so that way you have a full board when you meet in May? We're already in May.
you would have to ask the county commissioners. I do not know when they intend to appoint new members.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Lacey? Thank you. All right, the bylaws are presented. I'll entertain any motions on these amended bylaws.
If we adopt the bylaws of the Library Advisory Board as presented.
Got a
I'll
motion?
second that.
Got a motion to adopt and a second. Discussion.
I would like to read the first paragraph.
Okay.
And Library Administration. The Victoria Public Library is a department of the City of Victoria. And people need to understand that. And I'd like to comment on that. The county has never given us any money for the library, by the way. And I'd like the library advisory boards to talk to their county commissioners about giving us some money for the library so we could make it better. Or even giving us the library. Think about it. And you can talk to the county commissioners.
Who are you speaking to? Who are you speaking to?
I'm talking to the Library Advisory Board members that are still present in the room.
Oh.
Or anybody on TV that's a Library Advisory Board. Or anybody who's a city resident, talk to their county commissioners about helping with the library.
Is that appropriate discussion for this time and point in time?
I think it's a comment that's made
It's a
from
comment.
council that's not inconsistent with our prior practices. Do you have a specific comment as to the bylaws? Okay.
That's it.
I asked Ms. Lacey to give me a copy of the, apparently not completely adopted, but the acting bylaws, the 2019, I think they're referred to. And other than bringing some of it in line with what we've been doing with other boards and a couple of other parts that looked like they were probably unworkable and making them workable, I didn't see I didn't see something that I considered a significant change. I'm not on the Library Advisory Board, so I maybe didn't take it with the same sensitivity, but I felt comfortable that this is an appropriate set of bylaws, but it's not a complete reworking of the way they're supposed to function. I didn't get that sense at all.
Well, and I'll go back to the statement that I made earlier. You know, the bylaws that were in place had ambiguities in it. There were portions of it that referred to approval of the budget for the library by the city and the county. Well, the county hasn't approved the budget of the library in years. And to Mr. Lofgren's point, they aren't contributing financially, and so they haven't even been involved in that. Certainly, that's an area where the Library Advisory Board should weigh in on with the library in terms of its thoughts and on the budget, and certainly should contact us if they have specific thoughts about the budget. You know, there were other ambiguities, there were other inconsistencies, and even, you know, I think that created questions needlessly so, and didn't match what at least I understood from my discussions with the people involved to be the actual functioning of that board. I think these amendments are clarifying. I think some of the questions that surrounded the bylaws, as we saw from the fact that the Library Advisory Board itself couldn't agree to amend its bylaws, that there were questions about what their role is, what those bylaws should be. And just as we've done with other boards, I think it's appropriate for council to say, look, we need to clarify these so we don't have these ambiguities in there, and it's very clear what roles are. And I think these bylaws do a good job of doing that, particularly as compared to the ones that were in place that, again, had never been presented or approved to council, or approved by council, rather. Any other comments?
You know, I'm always asked to make references to why I vote, how I vote. I used to not to, but I am going to say something. I will also vote no on this bylaws because I think it's important for the 2 new members to vote on them because they're the ones going to expect these bylaws to be followed.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. And that was the opportunity that we presented to them sometime back through, through the library director, through the executive leadership team was, hey, if you guys want to look at your bylaws, look at your bylaws and come up with something and bring them to us. Unfortunately, and I agree, that's the preferred method and that's what we've seen happen on other boards, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, and I think a lot of it was ambiguities, questions, just that existed on what the role of that board was meant to be, that board was not able to adopt their own bylaws. But I agree with you, and that's why we gave them the opportunity. But in the absence of them being able to do that, I think it's appropriate for us to now step in and say, look, we need to get these in place so that we clear up these ambiguities, we clear up these questions. Because otherwise, they're just going to continue.
Right.
So, all right, any other discussion? All right, I've got a motion and a second to approve this set of bylaws for the Victoria Public Library Advisory Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion passes.
Are you abstaining?
No, I said no. That one is a no.
All right, that then concludes our public agenda. Mr. Garza, I believe we have a brief executive session.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then it is now 9:37 PM. We will adjourn into executive session.
City Council will adjourn an executive session on the 14th day of May 2024 at 9:37 PM pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071.